Welcome to Dark Dial.
It's a dark dial kind of night.
Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th, yo.
Indeed it is. What a spooky day for all of us to be live on national television together.
Download this out of the VCR.
We all ready to go over spooky topics tonight?
I've never been more ready in my life.
I'm straight out the bathroom and ready to go.
That is probably the most gangster thing I've ever heard anyone say in my life.
You know.
I have to be honest.
Bathroom gang, small but rough.
Oh, ridiculous.
You gotta put the 13th thing up. Mask.
I don't know where. Oh,
Just threw it at you.
I didn't know where it
Through
landed.
the VCR.
Gizmo the killer.
Oh, poor Gizmo. Ready to go. Friday the 13th. 13 unlucky number. This is our episode 7.
There's something. The duality of man is inscribed upon this episode with that, if I have to say.
I'm excited to dive in, although I might not sleep tonight.
Like I sleep anyway.
Rick just said on Rumble, hey look, Rumble's working basically. They're in sync. Rumble and YouTube.
Right.
Yes,
on.
hopefully. Hopefully we're good here.
It did look like it was doing well, so that's good to hear. Very good to hear.
Very excited.
Well, I know we've got some interesting things to cover tonight. Gavin, if you want to start us off, what are you talking about?
Well, I'm going to talk about the latest Bigfoot video out of Colorado. You might have seen it in the news. It's a pretty big one. Now, I got to be honest, and I'll probably reference this a couple of times. Next Friday is, I believe, the 55th anniversary of the Patterson-Gimlin footage. So we're going to do a whole lot of Bigfoot content next week. But we wanted to get to this video because it's like hot right now. It's what's out there. So, and it's pretty cool. So we got a little bit of extra information to go along with it. And we'll try to flesh out what we can.
No doubt, super excited to get to both of those, honestly. Jacqueline, what are we looking at on your end?
So we were going to be diving into these serial killer children that I've been like watching nonstop on YouTube. And they're like 13, 14-year-old kids who seemingly have perfect grades, are super smart, and suddenly snap, kill their family, and no reasoning. No remorse, no reasoning, just snap.
We got some theories about that.
Are they possessed? We don't know.
It's quite spooky to think that at that young of an age that kind of evil can be committed.
Oh yeah, it's terrifying.
Definitely.
Well, and the cases go deeper than that too, so.
I'm ready to dive
What you
into
got,
that.
Chance?
I am gonna be kind of tying in some stuff we were talking about last week. I know we had brought up celebrities and Satanism, and we've kind of hit on that a couple of times. Well, I did a bit of a deep dive into a few modern celebrities that actually discuss Satanism and its influence on them and their music, as well as some older celebrities who are now more open about their influences with occultic practices and what some would consider to be satanic orders.
So before we start, are we going to do the thing? You know, the thing?
The
Oh,
thing.
thank God, I love
All
the
right,
thing.
we're a small channel trying to grow, so if you can please like and subscribe. Subscribe.
Subscribe and get notifications.
Notifications if you do that kind of thing. It's easier for you to find us.
It's super
For us to
appreciate
find
it.
you.
Helps us out big time. Makes the robots that make the internet tick like us more, and when they like us more people get to see us, and when more people get to see us, we get to talk about spookier and spookier things.
So just introductions real quick. I'm Gavin Green.
Oh,
He's Chance. She's Jacqueline. That's going to keep happening over and over again. I'm just waiting till I have about 100 of them to put a reel together.
what a perfect moment of timing that one was, though.
You can find us at places.
We do have places that you can
You
find
can
us.
find
Some
things.
places.
Honestly, we haven't been on them much because we've all been working on Dark Dial stuff. But if you're looking for us individually, that's where you can find us. That amazing new graphic there. Thank you, Chance.
I do what I can.
Appropriate blob squatch in the corner
Absolutely.
there.
Hey, the less you can make out, the more I believe it.
That's like your motto, man. Like,
honestly,
we had one of the best conversations last week, and everything went wrong with the stream at the moment where I was like, we hit a high point and nobody saw it. It was unfortunate.
Oh, I saw it.
live and in person.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There was no words. Y'all were going.
Oh man.
What's new with you guys? We'll just do some banter.
Oh man. I have actually, pertaining to the 3D arm shop stuff, since we're going into that, I have worked out.
Boy.
I've worked out a few new attachments in that vein. That shop will be up eventually within probably the year. I'm thinking on getting that set up, but I've got a few more adapters going for that with some really fun stuff. I finished up one of the small. This is tough to talk about.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's why I went, oh boy.
Yeah, I know. It's
I've
real
seen
tough
some
to
of your
talk
prototypes.
about.
They're cool stuff.
Yeah, and I'll have a channel for that eventually where I'll be able to talk about that a little more openly and give some
it's like
videos.
attachments for pellet rifles and stuff.
Yeah,
like
essentially stuff like that, and airsoft and things like that. I've gotten a couple of frames, but that's kind of where I've been digging some of my time here recently.
How you doing, Jacqueline? You got any shout outs? What's new?
Not much. We've been doing the t-shirt things that we do, deepfrieddesigns.com. And just getting ready for some breast cancer events that are this month. And it was fall
That's
break,
true.
so
Yeah.
we've lost track of whatever day it is this week.
Mm-hmm.
Friday the 13th. No, it's just been a long week. It's been a lot of, no kids not in school and going back and forth places, but it's been fun.
I've been playing too much Chinatown Wars GTA game on the what's on the DS, but I'm playing on the 3DS, and my eyes are just starting to see GTA everywhere. I keep saying like, yeah, it's like GTA. It's like GTA. It's just like GTA.
It's a curse. I know your pain.
So, all right. So I mean, I guess we're gonna open up calls, obviously, here shortly. But I think we're gonna do open up calls. 'Cause a whole lot of stuff to talk about. You want to see something funny? This is the notes Jacqueline gave me. Segment. There's a lot going on here. And these are all like timestamps on a video,
We got coverage.
and I don't
It
know.
was
I don't know what to do
detailed. I was
here.
very into these videos, okay?
Oh, plus the dog's got haircuts.
They look so handsome.
Oh, hello.
Georgie no longer looks like a gremlin.
He doesn't. It makes me sad.
They did it real well though. It's funny because the black dog George is our new dog, and we've never seen him with a haircut before. So like we can actually see his eyes now, where before he just looked like some sort of trash monster. That was perfect timing, man.
Well, now he looks like a handsome boy.
Rex says it sounds like you got some ripe rumble subjects, Chance. I think that's in reference to your 3D arms.
Oh, absolutely. I was definitely thinking about getting some stuff on there. And I know this is a quick tangent aside. Odyssey seems to be. We were looking at that as a platform
that's
too.
weird, yeah.
It's a very interesting platform. They seem to be kind of a haven for the content I'm talking about there as well, which makes me interested in diving into that.
Yeah. I mean, and at some point we're probably going to do some Rumble only segments.
No doubt.
As especially as Rumble treats us well. You just need to leave it down because it's like 3 times already, bro. Just don't touch it.
You've
touch
lost
it.
your privilege to the
Yeah,
armrest.
you've lost your
elbow
arm.
height privilege. Oh
No
no.
Well,
longer
Jacqueline had
have
the
it.
chair last week, so we didn't have as much of this
we swap
comedic
them?
relief.
It's
Say what,
good.
Jacqueline?
I said, I don't know how they got swapped.
I
this
did get
week.
swapped. I
Yeah.
sat down in this one, and both of these were already all the way down, and I'm like, wait, this is a different chair.
In my defense, though, y'all set this up,
I did.
so he set his own chair up.
It makes me chuckle.
Stay close to your mic, Jacqueline. I think you cut out just a bit
sorry.
there. Okay. I guess we'll roll into your topic here, Chance. Do you want to open it up with anything?
Yeah. So, in looking into satanic celebrity influence, I actually found a an artist that I'm quite familiar with personally. I enjoy a good bit of his music. I found an interview where he was opening up pretty candidly about Aleister Crowley being a large influence in his music, and not only just his music, but he talks about in the music industry as a whole, kind of going into that. So the artist I'm talking about is Absol. If anyone out there knows who he is, you'll know that he's kind of esoteric in his lyrics and in the way that he writes his music. One of the songs that I'm fond of, there's a line in it, and this is almost out of place, out of reference to anything else going on in the song, but he says a line, and I may paraphrase here, I'm not sure if I'm going to get it exactly 100%, but it's ain't nothing wrong with a righteous man, ancient ways of Sumerians. Right? There's some weird stuff, and that kind of like thematic throughput exists in a lot of his music. So it doesn't necessarily surprise me that I was able to find him opening up so candidly on occultic and esoteric influences, but it is interesting to me that it is as open. He is as open as it was, because we tend to find people that are involved in this type of influence in their life tend to be pretty closed off about it in a way.
Like a satanic influence?
Sure enough.
They're not shouting it from the rooftops.
Exactly.
It's kind of like a subversive thing.
No doubt. No doubt.
Well, I didn't know anything about this artist, and you were explaining who they were to me. I don't know if you want to get into that before I start opening some of these links. But
that was kind of what I was going over there at the beginning.
Who are they again?
Huh?
Who's the artist?
Absol.
Absol.
AB-SOUL.
It's like a rap hip hop artist, right?
Yeah, sure enough.
How long have they been around? Like, I honestly know nothing about them.
Really...
You were trying to tell me before the show, and I was like, save it for the shows.
I started listening to him in, I want to say, somewhere between 2012 to 2014. I don't remember the exact era, the exact year, but it was maybe 2015, maybe a little bit after that, but somewhere in those 3 or 4 years right there is when I found him. I'm not sure how long he existed before that, whether or not he was putting music out on a regular basis, or if he kind of came into culture in that era.
Okay. Should I open some of these?
Yeah, that very first video is the interview that I was talking about. It's about 2 minutes, 3 minutes long. It's a quick little thing. He's on
here. Crowley.
Yeah, he's on Hot New Hip Hop, which is not a slack of a show. They have quite a lot of big names on. They're a very legitimate show in terms of hip hop content.
Pastor Blacklip, TDE, on Hot New Hip Hop. I'm all about getting to the root of things, and Mr. Crowley has been instrumental throughout.
He pronounces the name Crowley.
Crowley.
Is that a common pronunciation? Because I've always heard Crowley.
I've always heard Crowley as well.
Led Zeppelin, the Beatles. There's a lot of great artists that, you know, are the building blocks for even hip hop. So,
I like his sweater. He looks like the dude. He looks like the Big Lebowski, you know?
Digging into his story and, you know,
that's true.
Understanding why he's been so, you know, relevant and you know, influential in music culture. You know, I think it was important for me to, you know, reinstill that. If you didn't know that, if you missed that part, you know what I mean? If you missed that part of the culture of music in general, this beyond hip hop, but just music in general, he's had a big influence on the culture. At first sight, he's the wickedest man alive, right? That's what he's very wicked, man. But if you dig into the poetry and you read,
and that's
the
how
lines of his poetry,
Crowley is described as like the wicked man or the most wicked man.
Make more sense to you. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it made a lot of sense with me. A lot of the things that he discusses resonates with me.
Like an epithet for him almost.
My album is called Do What Thou Wilt. and it's based off. It's influenced by Crowley's The Book of the Law.
No,
Thelema. Yeah.
the
Love
Book
is
of the Law, Thelema.
Love is the only law. Love under will. The
Yeah.
law is.
That was a philosophical movement that Crowley founded.
That's the only commandment that Jesus.
And it still has, and I don't want to. It's not necessarily like
also
active
great quote is,
practicers, because the
righteous remain
philosophy
righteous,
behind it doesn't
filthy will
necessarily
remain filthy. So,
require you to practice it, but it's still adhered. There's
along those
adherence
lines,
around the
you know
world
what
to
I'm
that
saying?
philosophy still today.
and even do what thou wilt itself, free will is what it kind of sounds like, right? So, all of these, just me, into theology and into history and these.
I mean, he's saying a whole lot without saying
parables,
much.
different ideas.
Which
It's
is,
just-
I'm
it's
gonna
just
be
great
honest
stuff,
with you, kind of one of the. Crowley was a master of that too. A lot of the people that adhere to him seem to be very, very good at that, and I think I want to say there's a reason for it. I want to say it's like doublespeak almost happening that we're not privy to. There's messages inside of that we're not catching, almost.
Well, it's like an admission. It's like a reluctant admission, almost, or that, or he just talks like that. Like it sounds like a basketball player after the game. Well, we played hard, and we played good, and it's all about teamwork, and we played hard, and
No
I was
doubt.
influenced by this, and it spoke to me, and I was influenced by it. That kind of a thing.
No doubt, and he is even lyrically, he can be kind of wordy. He can be kind of long to the tooth about things. You know what I mean? So it may just be the way he talks too, but I found that kind of diciness, that kind of caginess prevalent amongst when you find like Thelema being mentioned anywhere in mainstream reference. The other video I sent you, he talked about Led Zeppelin, and a lot of people have talked about Led Zeppelin. It may just be a search link. I may have not actually sent you the video.
Oh, okay.
But he talks about Led Zeppelin, and they were a huge part of the Satanic Panic, right? We're talking
about the Jimmy Page search link. Is that
absolutely, yeah, it's that top video. That's
okay,
my bad.
this is what we-
But we've got Oh Sad Satan, My Sad Satan. You play Stairway to Heaven backwards, you get that backmasked. He talks about this in that video.
Is
a
that
little
intentional? Is that like confirmed intentional?
bit. He's kind of dicey about answering it on this, but I don't know if it is.
Because if it wasn't intentional and like it's famous, you almost want to create that. Like if I was in that position and people were reading into my work in a certain way, especially as an artist, maybe I want them to be able to interpret it however they are going to interpret it and create that mystique,
No doubt. And I absolutely think they played that to their advantage with marketing. I mean, if you look at their album covers, what are Led Zeppelin album covers but just like occultic nonsense? I mean, it is,
yeah.
There's a lot of weird underneath them, but this is him. I believe he's at a university address somewhere in the UK. I could be wrong about that though, but this is Jimmy Page, the guitarist from Led Zeppelin, talking about the Golden Dawn, which Thelema is also called Thelema of the Golden Dawn, and it gets kind of mixed into the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which is a slightly different philosophical adherence, and they all kind of get tangled together into this mess of understanding. But this is in specific reference, this video, to Crowley's Thelemic Order of the Golden Dawn, like very specifically.
Okay, let's watch it.
Golden Dawn.
Oh, my involvement in the Golden Dawn is in so much as I was very interested actually in Eastern and Western mysticism, and I spent time reading and researching when I was younger. Yeah, I guess that's it. That's there were some very
Yeah,
eminent
you're right. It's the
characters
same
in
kind
the
of.
Golden Dawn, and I found it very interesting to see the history of those that had been in it, and this sort of esoteric movement, and also sort of what went on, the offshoots of it, of that sort of love of all things mystical and magical, all things bright and beautiful, really.
Do you think that's why people did that thing when they played Stairway to Heaven backwards and said that you were talking about Satan?
Yeah, well, you know, I'm going to go straight back to the Beatles here, because there was a time when somebody wrote a thesis about Paul McCartney being dead, and Paul is dead. And if you played back the records, I'm very serious here, it's crazy, but if you played back the records, there was something which said Paul is dead, and so then they started to play back all manner
Yeah, we
of
talked about
records,
that.
and of course
Did he
we're
just
gonna be main
admit, though?
candidates
Wind this
for it.
back, because it almost sounded like he just admitted that
And
that was the
somebody-
case.
It's about Paul McCartney being dead, and Paul is dead. And if you played back the records, I'm very serious here, it's crazy.
And Paul is dead.
But if you played back the records, there
I mean,
was
that's
something which
what he said.
Paul
And
is
Paul
dead.
is dead.
And so
Hold on a
then
second.
Did you
they
do it a
started
second
to
time
play
there?
back all manner of records, and of course we were going to be main candidates for it. And somebody said, oh, it says My Sweet Satan in it. And I thought, oh, gosh, it's hard enough writing the music one way round rather than that way.
Actually, pretty funny.
But yeah, the same kind of diciness. He said a lot without saying
Yeah, I
a
was
lot.
They all sound the same. They're like, what are you trying to say?
Well, he does say Paula is dead. Like, and I don't know if he's trying to say, hey, it said that on the album when you play it backwards. Like,
Or
you
if
could make
he's
that
saying,
argument.
like, no, Paul's dead, guys.
Yeah, it is kind of double speak. Rex saying it's double speak. Yeah.
And,
I don't know. It didn't sound like it's not an admission that he was putting, what do you call it when you play him backwards?
backmasking.
Backmasking. Yeah, it doesn't sound like that was an admission of it.
Mm-mm.
Like, maybe people are just reading into it. I mean, maybe I don't want Led Zeppelin to be Satanist because I like Led Zeppelin, but
I'm just curious what made people play the music backwards anyways.
no internet. Like, nobody had the internet.
I mean,
so-
I've never been sitting there like, I wonder what this sounds like backwards.
Well, okay, so at the time, though, I can imagine stumbling home drunk as hell in the 60s or 70s and putting my vinyl record on upside down on accident.
Yeah, but you can flip a vinyl record. That's not.
Well,
you have to literally play it backwards.
Wait a minute.
I was still trying to figure out how they
Yeah.
were playing it backwards.
Well, I don't know. I don't know a lot about record players. I have a lot of cassettes. I'm a weird cassette guy, but I'm not a big like record collector by any means. So I don't think most record players have like a rewind mode where it plays the motor.
You have to
in reverse.
just...
I have
Turn
a
it
record
yourself?
player, but I only have the Spice Girls records, so I don't get to play it much.
Yeah,
Oh,
I have a
man.
Godzilla record. Like, it's like a Godzilla radio play, and I think I have a Heavy Metal the Movie soundtrack. Which they broke a ton of laws. Like, they got sued really bad because they used a lot of music they weren't supposed to in
that's
that movie.
fun. I have, I think, 6 copies of Dark Side of the Moon.
What, on vinyl?
Yeah.
Give me one.
If I could find them, I will.
That's
We
li-
bought, I was at a flea market with my dad. I was like 12 years old, maybe younger. And this guy had a crate of like 150 vinyls. And he was like, $30. All of them.
We gotta find the Led Zeppelin one. I'll bring out my record. Oh my god.
I didn't even put it up.
Again, I told you this.
And we're gonna figure out how to play it backwards.
Rex says he grew up with records. You got to play it backwards manually. So presumably
Okay.
with your hands, you have
Oh, that
And
makes
that's the way
Interesting.
I've always
way
seen
more
it done.
sense.
Unless you had some sort of record player that could literally.
Switch
Because
it.
usually there's a rubber band drive. Like they're not typically direct drive. There's
Like,
a band.
does it have a rewind button?
Could you reverse the polarity of the motor that's running the drive?
I mean, theoretically, if it's the right kind of
And
motor,
it
you
doesn't
should be
have
able
like a
to.
clutch that's stopping it from running backwards.
Yeah, I don't imagine it was a feature that was usually included.
Oh, probably some high-end hi-fi models, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, come to think of it, I don't think I can play a tape backwards.
I mean, I guess if you're playing it and you hit rewind, but you're still not going to be able to hear sound.
Sometimes you can. Like if you hit rewind while the tape head's still on it,
No,
you can hear like. "Rrr."
My
Did it ruin
Marantz
it?
will play it. It'll run it backwards at normal speed.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a setting on it for
So
speed.
he has a very fancy Marantz. Like I'm sure some very well there. What did you do? Did you move it up?
I think
It's just
so.
slowly going down.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All the way
yeah,
down.
Please sponsor us with new chairs.
yeah. We're waiting. We're waiting for.
We're begging.
What's the one I always hear? Like you see like gamer chairs and stuff. There's one that's like
Secret Lab.
supposedly like the X chair. I always hear X chair on the radio.
I
You
want
know,
one
we
that
need
looks
X
like
chair.
a spaceship. You know those little tube white ones that look like eggs and spaceships?
That's not really gonna work for the.
I mean,
podcast,
that doesn't
though.
mean I don't want one. You would never find me any other place other than my little cave.
Yeah, it's very easy to reverse an MP3 today.
We need show hammocks.
What's
And
a
I
show
have a hammock
hammock?
chair out
Show
there.
hammock? It's a hammock on the
Oh,
show.
a show
I've been
hammock.
trying to
I thought you
get
said-
him to hang me a chair in here, and I even try to like hang it up myself to see if he would be like, yeah, let's do it.
You guys are just gonna block me off the show
It
entirely.
didn't
This is just a
happen.
slow conspiracy to get rid of me.
He wouldn't hang up my swing, guys. I was very
Totally
sad.
starving me. Anyway, yeah. So you have this really fancy Marantz
Yeah.
tape player, like
So,
cassette player,
P430, I want to say, is the model. Let me double check that.
and you can play backwards normal on that, which that doesn't surprise me. That model, I think I saw that used by some very. I was watching some old police footage, and they had something like that. And I was like, I think this was the property of like very well-funded police departments. You know,
No doubt. And they used oftentimes what they had were Sonys, I believe. I've looked into some of the old police recorders, and they're interesting because some of them don't use normal tape. They use like a weird mix of reel-to-reel and tape. It's like a cassette that you have to manually apply the tape into.
huh?
Yeah,
Okay,
it was like this intermediary period.
Yeah, there's a lot of different tape formats.
Sorry, I'm still envisioning swinging on a swing and then trying. We've already had so many mic issues. All I could see is we'd be like,
the Doppler effect
Yeah.
at work.
Not to sound like a broken record, but behind you is some cheaper, like, you know, desktop like voice recorders that are cassettes. I got like two back there.
Okay.
It seems it's like Santa's grab bag back there. I'm always like, there's something.
Have you shown those to me?
Probably, yeah. We go thrifting together a lot, and that's where some of this stuff
and we
comes
have
from.
so many goodies that it's like you forget even what you have.
Oh yeah, I have to. I was telling him I have to defragment my room. I go thrifting too much. I just gotta move stuff out every once in a
Although
while.
we have got to get back
purge
out to
the drive.
Palominas, y'all.
Hmm.
That place
Okay.
has all the treasures.
Where are we going now?
What else you got like for
Yeah, I got a couple of
Satan
things here. I got that.
people?
I've got the that academic it's just an abstract, but it shows that this is even taken serious to some degree in academia, the influence that Crowley has had on media, and this even brings it into Scientology and its influences as well. So it's a little broader, but I can read the abstract if you scroll down
I
real
went
quick.
to
It's just
a
to kind of highlight
Scientology
things.
center in California, and it was me and a group of friends, and we were walking by it, and they invited us in, and they did this little test thing, and they like hook monitors to you, and then they separate you.
I forget what you're talking about. I know the name.
It's a giant Scientology building. I want to say it was either
That's spooky.
in LA or it was in like San Luis Obispo, Ventura. I'm not sure where we were. I was all over the place back then. But we went in, and once we did this little test thing, they separated us and like started talking to us, and they didn't want to let us leave. I mean, we were there probably almost 2 hours. They were like-
Dianetics, is that?
It was scary.
I had a friend who went and did that, and he was a little.
It was freaky.
I want to use my words carefully because he's a good guy, but he he had some mental health issues, and he went in and they captured him for a long time and convinced him of all of that stuff. And I remember talking to him being
Oh
like,
no, I got
"Dude,
away.
Don't
Thank God.
fall for scams, please."
Scientology's spooky. I'm all about All about freedom of belief, man. But
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
a spooky one.
Don't get me wrong.
That's
yeah.
a spooky
But
one.
that one scares me a little bit.
Well, there's a Gestapo kind of gangster like.
There's a physical element behind it that doesn't exist normally.
Well, they have a lot of rules and like a certain amount. If you make a certain amount of money, a certain amount actually goes back to them, and they never see it. It's a little strange.
Anyway,
So
Yeah,
before
off
we
topic,
get
keep
we get off
going.
topic a lot. That's kind of what
We're
we're
on
good at. I'm just trying to get us to calls. That's all. And I know we have her segment. But
well, I can go ahead and read this abstract
Go
real
ahead,
quick.
please.
And like I said, this is just to kind of highlight this.
so this is from who exactly? I mean, I see the URL, but
it's just from it's an
Some
Oxford
academic
paper. It's an academic publish, basically.
it is Oxford. Okay.
So we've got this chapter considers Crowley's influence on modern Satanism. It reveals that Crowley was considered as a Satanist during his lifetime, despite the fact that there is little to no satanic elements in his writing. It then takes a look at the features of Crowley's esotericism that were adopted into contemporary Satanism. I find it very interesting, that delineation, that during Satanic Panic era, he was a Satanist, even though the philosophies of Thelema and the like don't make reference to Satan in the sense like the Satanic Panic did. And that modern Satanism, people like Absol talking on it, talking about the videos that we were watching last week from you, how aspects of Thelema and that esotericism have crept their way into it. Do you remember me talking about when we were looking at the Illuminati, them covering their eyes?
Mm-hmm.
How I mentioned something about the left-hand path? There's relation on the left-hand path, which is like an old philosophical teaching relating God back to the time of the Canaanites. There's relation to that with Thelemitic philosophy as well. So that
Wait,
kind
that
of
word back up. What's that?
Thelemic. I don't know. I've used 4 different words to describe the philosophy of Thelema with as a. I don't know grammar, man.
Yeah, you're using the word in the definition. I don't know.
His philosophy, it's based on his philosophy.
Okay,
essentially.
that's what it means.
There's crossover between that and seeing an academic paper pointing to it and saying, hey, Crowley's influence on contemporary Satanism is large. Seeing reference to things like the left-hand path in modern celebrity culture, it starts clicking together. I can see how that loop finds itself around it feeds back into itself.
It was adopted by modern Satanism.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah.
So I looked this up. Thelema is a Western esoteric and occult social and spiritual philosophy and new religious movement founded in the 1900s by Crowley.
Do as thou wilt, for that is the law, or for that is the book of the law.
This kind of self-serving. Rec in chat asked, "Have you seen Supernatural?"
Me?
Yeah, the
Yes.
show. The
Good
character in it, Crowley.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's named
A reference?
after. Yeah, it
Absolutely.
would make sense.
100%.
Yeah.
110%. That show, I'm going to be real.
That's a
That
pretty good show.
show is not only good as a show, although it jumps the shark by season 37 and a
yeah.
half,
Yeah.
is very informative, especially in its earlier seasons, on legitimate cryptid lore and things like that. It kind of goes into biblical stuff later on,
very.
and it's actually really informative on that too, but I find its early seasons to be very, very informative on cryptid lore.
Cryptid?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a little, it's kind of like a buddy cop X-Files thing,
A Buffy-esque kind of, yeah.
I think I've watched the whole thing. I don't, not like I sat down and watched every episode, but I had it on.
I've done that.
Yeah, it's one of those shows that I binge watch, but really casually. So So I have this. Oh, you already had a Wikipedia pulled up for
For
Thelema.
Thelema, sure enough.
You're giving me the answers before I ask them. Pull this up here.
That's young Crowley there.
So I was reading that a little bit. I don't know if there's anything in here you wanted to specifically dig into, but this is kind of the realm.
So
Okay.
the second paragraph there, the Thelemic cosmology features deities drawn from ancient Egyptian religion. There's a lot of esotericism that draws on the Egyptians, and I don't know if that is because they are such a hard to decipher culture that they invite esoteric descriptions of their practices and things like that, or if it is because there is actually some kind of true esoteric like seed underneath the things that they say. Because I find it across the board in tons of both Eastern and Western philosophical movements dealing with the occult that the Egyptians are mentioned and are brought into things very, very vividly.
Well, it strikes me as though a lot of Crowley's stuff, just to me anyway, it seems like he's trying to conjure the religion. You know, like it's not like it has this basis in tradition other than kind of being juxtaposed with the tradition. But it seems like so many of these things that we've talked about is, yeah, maybe the demon exists, but you just created it, you know? Like you willed it into existence.
Like it's a thought form or maybe a tulpa or something of that nature.
Right, yeah, like if enough people...
Egregore is another word for that.
Put belief in this thing, does it have some almost physical presence in our world and influence?
I am of the mind that yes, absolutely, 110%. That thought can influence the world, but then again, I'm of the mind that thought begets the world.
Wait, can you elaborate that? Thought beget, like, in other words, thought is
Thought
a
is
product of the world rather than the world being a product of thought?
No, thought is pretensive to matter. Thought is pretensive to the fact we have our perceptions. Nothing would exist without a perception of them existing beforehand to ready itself. You know what let me try and lay this out clear, because this is a hard one for even me to figure sometimes, but things exist because they are perceived. Thought, like the consciousness that we're experiencing is present beyond the matter that we are experiencing. It exists on both sides of it. The matter here is limited in its scope and its scale, and the conscious experience flows from either side of that infinitely. There wasn't matter and then consciousness. There was consciousness, there was thought, rational thought in the philosophical sense, and then there was matter.
Thought begets matter. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting. As a kid, I had this thought this week, so I guess I'll share it. I remembered I would lay in bed and do thought experiments. I would think about black holes and existence, very existential. I don't know why, but I asked a lot of questions as a child, right? And I can remember laying in bed and thinking, and this may have been influenced by a Twilight Zone episode, but
as all good things are.
If it was just my voice in a box, in a black box, and I had no physical form, but I had thought and an output, and there was another voice in the box, like what would that existence be like? And I think it would be somewhat like what you're saying, like, what if, you know, consciousness before matter, before time, what that would kind of look like.
Time, oh man, time's one too. I think time is a sham. I think
I know you do.
I think time is an illusion created by our brain to keep us from going crazy by experiencing everything at the same exact moment, like instantaneously. I think everything's happening all at once, all at the same time. And there's weird evidence for this too. I'll give you two examples.
ADHD.
I'll give you two examples. One, if you go up in the atmosphere, your time is different than someone on the ground. So time is relative to gravity, first of all. The fact that time is relative means that it can't be like...
Time out. You're wrong about that.
If you're in space, you have the same time.
No, okay, well, bear with me. What he's talking about, you're talking about like jets, like
atomic
pilots.
clock offset and stuff.
That's not because they're higher in the atmosphere. It's not about gravity. It's about the speed they're traveling. As you approach the speed of light, time for everything else slows down.
Okay.
So you effectively time travel. And it's the speed. It's not gravity.
Okay, I'm with you. Either way, my point still becomes time is relative to something else. So time cannot be something objective. Time cannot be something concrete if it's relative to something else. If it scales with something else, that means there are delineating factors inside of it, which means that it's not concrete, right? And two, animals, there's been a lot of
just because it can
research-
dilate doesn't mean it's not concrete. Like, are you saying it doesn't exist, or it can't? There's not one stable.
There's not
like
one
a universal
stable
constant.
universal constant of time.
No. I mean, it's relative.
And
I don't know if that affects our perception of the world.
I think it does. I think it does in a major way. Because we have animals. There's been a lot of studies done recently that have shown like timescales that animals perceive the world at. Like, cats legitimately see the world about 30% slower than we do. They experience the perception of time.
How do they land on their feet then?
That's why. They experience it slower. They have more time to react.
Well, it's almost like they experience it faster.
No,
Like,
time's
we're
like slowed down. They're in slow motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, I see what
like
you're saying.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
a tortoise.
Yeah. But so there's evidence that shows that other creatures do not experience time in the same proportion as us. They are living on a completely different time scale than us, but they're existing in the same time scale that we perceive them in from ourselves, while their experience of time is different. One, how does that not desync? That right there, the fact that those two experiences don't desync out of time, and they exist in the same period, shows me once again that time is not a concrete thing. Time is not an objective, like concrete, measurable thing. It's something that is perceived. It is a quirk of perception, purely.
I'm sorry.
What are you meaning? Like also how like dogs age faster than humans?
What do you know?
Time like 1 year for us is 7 years for them.
In time scale sense, they are experiencing that too.
Yeah. Well, and like people that leave their dogs home all day. Apparently, like 6 hours for a human is like forever for them. So I mean, I guess I can see it.
We got a couple of chats here.
Yeah.
Number one, I gotta address Rex because it made me laugh. He said, Chance, you are to Gavin as Ian Crossland is to Tim Pool. I say that from a positive place.
We say that too.
Yeah, when we were
so fun.
he put his hair down before we started, and I was like, yeah, we got our own Ian Crossland in the house here.
Oh, that's good, bro.
Honestly, it kind of is. Like we got into kind of a heated argument. I mean, not really, but you know, we enjoyed this kind of a thing about just like universal constants last episode, and it got pretty wild. So. Tybor says time dilation is about gravity and speed. Sitting closer to the pyramids of Egypt makes your clock slower than sitting in the open.
It's interesting. I need that.
Is that because they're the pyramids, or is that because you're sitting close? I don't know. I don't know
Is it
much
purely
about
their mass, or are they like a local gravity field?
that. Or is it like we're talking ley line stuff here?
And by slower, I have to imagine we're talking picoseconds, right?
I would imagine. I mean, well, so I was going to mention that most biological entities there's an average number of heartbeats that every living thing gets if it, lives through its life in it's a healthy organism. So the amount of beats to the heart a hummingbird gets is roughly the same amount a tortoise gets, but the hummingbird lives a lot less. In other words, if you have a ticking clock of 13 million heartbeats, the tortoise spends them slower than a hummingbird does. And I've always said that time in terms of relationship to our perception of it, like as a child, once you've lived, from your year 7 to year 8, that's 1/8 of your life. So to you, a year seems massive. But, if you're 40, 1 out of 40 doesn't seem as big in proportion to the rest of your life. I think begins to affect why like older people say, yeah, time moves faster and faster.
So there's another example of time being relative to something, your memory. Your memories influence the relativity of the speed of time to you. Because novelty, your brain isn't putting back as much information into memory because it doesn't need to save as many novel experiences. So you're not having to encode things as hard. So it just, most of the information that isn't pertinent just gets whisked away and your brain goes back to its generalization patterns that it likes to use instead. And that causing time to feel like it's going faster. Is time explicitly related to memory? Is our self-awareness and the fact that we're able to form memories and have something to look back upon, is that the quirk of perception that causes time?
Well, I don't think it causes time. I think it greatly affects our perception of it. I think with, the tree in the woods is going to make a sound here, that the time exists without the observer. Now, that observer might be non-conscious matter. You could make that argument, but
okay.
Then we were talking about consciousness earlier, and we were saying that whether plants are conscious or not. And I said, yeah, all living things are conscious. Just because we don't recognize its form of consciousness doesn't mean it's not conscious. I draw the line at like rocks and stuff, but there are. I couldn't remember the name of the guy who theorized, or the theory at the moment. I'm drawing a blank, but about how rocks are conscious and matter is conscious as well. But yeah,
I look up there. I see on the screen on Thelema again. I know you don't have it up. I know they can't see it, but I see the Gnostic Mass and you saying that, and I think to Gnostic texts and the fact that there.
What is the Gnostic Mass? Can you? Oh, it's an actual mass, like a ritual. Okay.
I am not sure exactly what it relates to in Thelema. Just talking as Gnosticism, the word as in that context isn't what I'm talking about. It just kind of, I clicked on it when you were talking about that. I looked at that word at the same time, and you're talking about consciousness and matter being conscious. Panpsychism is kind of the modern day school of thought for that. Well, I'll tell you that Gnosticism is the ancient school of thought for that. It's a philosophical, to not get too deep into it, one of the main, I guess, tenets of Gnosticism is that there is divinity inside of everything. When the world was created, bits of divinity were basically tossed, like spattered around, and everything that they landed on became a thing. The things with divinity were things, and that's why we have rocks, is because a rock has just this tiny little bit of divinity, just enough to give it its thingness, its ability to be a thing.
You're killing me. Thingness. I don't even know.
But it's kind of like an ancient panpsychism in a way. Replace divinity with consciousness, and you have that modern day school of thought and that ancient school of thought almost merged into one.
Earlier, Rec mentioned the Crowley alien demon thing.
Mm-hmm.
You want to pull this up real quick? That Absol.
Oh yeah,
we kind of went off Absol, but
this was kind of just going over. I pulled this up just to show the connection between his latest album titled "Do What Thou Wilt" and the connection between Thelema and that phrase, and "Do What Thou Wilt" is the book of the law.
Okay. I mean, it's very self-serving, like we're talking about. Mm-hmm. It's very. I mean, that's kind of the satanic thing, right? It's animalistic,
almost solipsistic in its nature.
Did y'all see that quote? It was like, I slept with faith and woke up with a corpse or something.
Is it up here?
It's a Crowley quote in the first paragraph.
I slept with faith and found a corpse in my arms on awakening.
Ooh, that's dark. That is very dark.
Oh God, read the next line too.
I drank and danced all night with doubt and found her a virgin in the morning. I can't read that far. I can't see it.
Drank and danced all night with doubt and found her a virgin. Parsing this opaque statement reveals it was just Crowley's cryptic, verbose way of devaluing faith and companioning skepticism, a fake deep principle, demeaning the moralist position, the gotta hear both sides of the pseudo-cerebral ideology.
Oh dear. Sorry, Rec just made me chuckle.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. If Chance and Ian were in the same room, a black hole might form. It'd be like two AIs talking to each other, and you just have to pull the plug.
You just see black vans pull up outside immediately.
They're talking about black holes just generally. I don't know if you saw. I saw some news. I think it was news. Maybe it was old about the fact that they finally were able to prove the rotation of like a supermassive black hole. That they weren't sure whether it rotates or not, because I mean, how do you take a picture of it?
Yeah.
But they were able to see it swallow something enough that the light bended around it in a rotational manner.
Wild.
Yeah. I don't have an article about that or anything, but.
Oh, black holes scare me.
Should we open up calls while we're gibbering? All right. So if you want to call us, now's a good time. I'm going to open up the lines. It's 857-32-D-dial.
I should have my niece call in. She like literally goes around the country, astrophysicist, so she literally works on black hole stuff, and I bet she have a lot to say.
Do you think she has a spare black hole? God, I can't speak.
A spare black hole?
Yeah.
A spare hole? That's not right. That's not right. Yeah, so it's 857-323-3425. Yeah, 857-32-D-dial. You can go to darkdial.com, click the Call Us Now button if you're on your phone, or if you have some sort of magical phone app on your computadora.
Or if you happen to ponder the orb in our direction, we'd appreciate that too. All orb pondering is welcome.
Or, like crystal ball stuff?
Yeah.
We haven't heard much from G-Man J, but he did say he was involved in like some Venezuelan thing right now. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he is in the thick of it. The last I saw, he sent me a picture, and it was just his foot and a lot of crabs. So I don't know what that means, but it frightens me.
The crabs have knives.
No, but they did look angry. Or hungry.
Was it you that showed me the mouse video that it had the knife and it was like going through? It might have been something I saw.
No, I think we were watching something like that. What was it we looked up the other day? We were joking around about something with a knife. The pig people? No, we were talking. We could go into the pig people.
Pig people.
We were like going deep on pigs and how close they are to humans and
Spooky.
their ability to switch on genes when they become wild boars and they just become like a different looking organism. And do they know the same like biological trick that we know as humans?
Oh man, you know what else has that
adaptable.
same like gene switch in it? Have you ever seen salmon?
Yeah.
During mating season? It's horrifying.
Yeah, but that's not like a de-domestication thing, you know what I mean?
No, but they turn into an actual demon. They go from like nice, normal, I'm a fish, to dear God, I'm gonna eat your face off. And your dog's face. And your dog's face.
It's it's legitimately scary. Well, that's like bucks, like deer, how quickly they grow the antlers. Like people think that that's just always there, but that's like 1 seasons of growth, right?
Yep, and
so
then they
if you
fall
shoot
off.
like a 8-point buck, that thing literally grew that biomass in the season.
That's a lot. I think if humans were to have to divert their energy to growing something like that out of us, I think we'd die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the phrase I always hear is that the development of the human brain is the largest growth of a organism's single organ ever seen in the fossil record or something like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, like humans develop brains very quickly. The brain size went up very quickly. But I've also seen evidence of early hominid species that had
Massive brains.
well, small brains, but they practice things like ritual burials and stuff that
Interesting.
you would only expect in something, you know, at least parallel to humanity.
Well, our brains have started getting smaller, haven't they? If I'm not
No,
mistaken,
I've never
at least
heard
at least from
I've heard that if they get any bigger, it won't fit through the vaginal canal during birth.
They
That-
just told the chance that to make him feel better. Everybody's brains are small.
Oh, that's mean.
I'm just kidding.
Mean.
That's why you ride the short bus. It's okay. You fit in. Everybody's like you.
They just dropped him off here one day and they just stayed.
Hey man, you know, they didn't want me for very long.
Even
Plus
the
the
short bus
ruckus.
want to take you. That's yeah. I forget. I think I heard. I don't know where I heard that about the vaginal canal and birthing.
Thank God for C-section.
What is getting smaller is our jaws.
Definitively.
Yeah.
That's a modern food thing. That's a processed food thing, though. You
That's what
can
they say it is.
you can
but-
go look at the dental records of areas in modern times that don't have the same level of processing as first world countries. And you can see that not only do they not have the dental problems that we have, like tooth decay, they also tend to have larger jaws. Like their jaw structure is more defined.
Interesting. You would think our teeth would be better because we have dental care now, but they're worse.
Our jaws don't have to work anymore to chew food. We don't have to like rip half raw, fire charred meat with our teeth anymore.
Every
you
time
know.
I go to the dentist, I have to like remind myself the teeth are just rentals. You know, like they're not gonna last forever. They might get you through this life. Some of them.
Dental rental.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you could take that view of the whole human body, right? But because we can't all be big brained like Chance. He knows we're picking on you.
No, he gets me. He understands me. Oh man, no, I feel you. I am more dental work than man at this point in my life.
Yeah, it's.
I've been right there with you.
I have a few teeth that are just consistent issues. Like I've had like many root canals on them, and every time I go to the dentist, they're like, "Yeah, your teeth look pretty good. What the hell happened to this one?" Or that one. It's just
I feel that, no doubt.
they would have legitimately asked me like, "What happened to those ones?"
Do you think the pig people have dentists?
Maybe.
So, should we go into that since we're just kind of open
Touch on it.
right now? So we were, as I mentioned earlier, we were talking about the genetic relation of humans and pigs having this biological switch where they can domesticate themselves essentially into wild boars, and you know, you always hear like pig animal hybrids or them. Like, don't they use certain pig organs in organ transplants, or they grow genetically engineered organs inside of pigs? And
I believe it's the latter of those two.
I'm not so sure it's not both.
I'm not sure on the first. I've
I've
heard
heard
of the
like,
second
oh, I got a
for
pig
sure.
heart. I don't think they do it anymore, but at some point. But and it's interesting, like we were watching The Exorcist 3 the other night, Jacqueline and I, and they were talking about the story where Jesus approaches the man who says, you know, he says, "What's your name?" And he says, "Legion, for we are many," or something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing. And then he casts the demons out of the man into pigs, and then the pigs, I believe, run off a cliff and drown themselves in a river. And the other night, me and Chance were talking about Odysseus, or the Odyssey, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a story in that about I believe it's a siren, a woman who turns his men to pigs. And
So it's got some through lines.
I don't know exactly where we were going with it, other than what is this distinct relation between swine and humans, and again, like, you know, Islam, when it doesn't eat pigs, I believe that's a Judaism thing too, right?
Mm-hmm.
the Abrahamic religion thing about pigs.
Kosher and halal are the two.
It was always explained to me that, like, you know, the Bible said not to eat pigs because they were dirty, like they would have a potential for disease and stuff.
Which they do. Trichinosis?
Right, which I mean, like, today we can kind of manage that, where in the
Mhm.
past it seemed like that would have been a more difficult thing to manage.
Like, almost you need a religious mandate to get people to stop.
I ate bacon this morning.
You had bacon this morning?
Mm-hmm.
A little louder in the mic there.
Sorry, I definitely ate bacon this morning. It was great.
Was it pig or pig people?
Definitely a pig person.
Oh god, I hope not. I ate a lot of that bacon.
We just hear knocking at the door and then grunting.
Well,
Honestly,
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I'm not a big pork person. Like, I like pulled pork, I like bacon, but I don't eat a lot of pork.
Yeah. No,
You
I
don't
feel
want a
that.
pork either.
Like, you
Really?
can give me a pork chop, I'll eat it, but I don't love it. It's not my favorite.
I don't know. I dislike chicken more than I do pork.
Really?
Well,
I
yeah.
I
love
like chicken.
Chicken's been not doing it for me recently. Chicken has started to taste too much like chicken, and I don't know how to put it better than that. But it's like too aggressively bird flavored, and I'm just nah.
Maybe it's just the chicken you have.
Maybe.
It's very gamey chicken.
Well, it also didn't help that this week we watched this like documentary on this lady who owned a farm, and she had all these pigs and animals and stuff, and she kept having people move onto her farm, and they kept disappearing.
Yeah.
Well, once they found her, it was like 17 people, but all that was left of them were bones because she fed them to her pigs. And like, she was more upset when the pigs got killed than she was about any of the people she murdered. It was pretty
she was
crazy.
like very attached to the pigs and did not believe. Like, she was literally being interrogated by the cops, talking about how she doesn't place a lot of value in humanity, and she believes in global depopulation, and here she is feeding people to her pigs and like, please don't hurt my pigs, they didn't do anything.
It was scary.
Do you think the pigs are the demons? At least in that instance.
I think she was the demon.
I don't know. You've heard of surf and turf?
The food?
Yeah, like the surf
Yeah.
and turf.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of moo and cluck.
Moo and cluck.
Like, my protein pretty much comes from chicken and beef, but yeah. There's pigs are weird, man. I don't know that there's a particular. We didn't have a particular coherent point here, other than, you know, just these disparate ideas about swine or pigs, and like peccary is not really a pig. It's like
No,
related to a pig, right?
it's
like a
different.
javelina.
Yeah, it's slightly different. It's I want to say it's more closely related to a boar, but I may just be talking out of my ass there. Let me look that up.
Well, boar is a pig.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same
yeah,
species.
yeah.
It's
as
just the
that's
We
what
went
we're
over
talking
this
about.
last week. Duh.
Yeah, the domestic pigs are wild boars. They just turn into monsters. They have this like werewolf-like switch. What was it you were talking about when we were talking about like werewolves and cryptids? The jester thing, where like apparently early Renaissance or like early medieval.
Yeah, there's some weird treatises that came out of, and treatises not like a political treaty or a modern day like treaty of arms or something, but a treatise in the medieval sense. They were documents. I'm sure you guys have seen the picture of the knight fighting the giant snail. It's like badly colored.
I have
No.
not,
I
don't
but I'll
think
try
I've
to
seen
find
that.
it.
It's a famous picture from an old medieval treatise, but they were books essentially that were records of events that they were big comic books for historical purposes essentially, or documentation purposes. There's a lot that were found in terms of like sword fighting techniques and things, but this is a good example
Is this what we're
of
talking about?
yeah, this is a good example of a treatise. I don't know how to pronounce it. Right here. This one's absolutely nonsensical. This isn't the only giant snail battle that exists in these. That's actually a really common theme. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, like there's a
I don't
few
think
of them
I've
here.
ever
I don't.
seen this.
Yeah, it's really weird stuff. I don't understand this one.
Wait a second,
I've looked
wait a
into
second.
it before, and I don't get it.
Look at this one right here. Doesn't that look like a rotary dial?
Oh my
It
god.
looks like our dark dial shirts.
They knew.
He knew we'd be
funny.
talking about.
No. But there's some treatises that started popping up that your idea of like a court jester, right? Oh, I'm sorry, Marley. Your idea of like a court jester is man in the hat with the bells on it, right? Dancing around for the king, doing his gig. But these treatises seem to show that it wasn't really a job. It seemed to be in certain areas it was forced onto people from birth, and it wasn't just put you in a suit with funny bells. It was put you as an infant into a strange shaped pot so that your body grows and contorts in a weird way so that you can be the strange mutated laughingstock for the royal family.
That's so bizarre.
So bizarre.
I haven't looked at any of this, but I'm gonna trust you on it, and that's just. I mean, like you look at certain like African traditions of like elongating necks, cone-shaped heads, things like that. And it's not like we don't put babies in helmets like when their heads are a little malformed, something. So I could see how that would work, but you know, I always think of the jester as being like an occupation. You know, that's just they brought this guy in so that he can make fun of the king, and he's kind of the only one with the authority to do that. Like, but that's really weird.
Yeah, that is that's kind of the way I perceived it until I started reading about this. And had I just read about it, I probably wouldn't be talking about it right now. But I did see the treatises, and once again, it seems to be a theme on our random subjects we bring up. I don't have reference to them in front of me.
You had mentioned something about cryptids being seen in those. Like there was like hairy werewolf
Dogmen
people
and pig people, as we were talking about. I
this is
think
where
that's
the
what
pig person thing
got us on it, was the pig
Yeah.
people. There's another really famous picture, I don't remember the name of it. A gentleman is standing on a hillside, and there's another guy beside him, but the other guy doesn't have a head. Instead, his face is on his torso. Like, I don't know if you ever played Serious Sam, but there's like a Serious Sam enemy, and it's like his face is his torso. And I don't know, his eyes are like here, and his mouth is his stomach. Okay? And it comes out of the same set of treatises that all of this stuff came out of. So it's like there's this weird mystical element that rides inside of it too. It's like an undercurrent.
Dogs are having an allergy attack.
Hear that?
Is this the Seinfeld Pigman episode? Where Kramer's in search of the Pigman.
Oh my gosh, it's one of my favorite
It's
episodes
a good
because
one.
they like he's in the hospital and he sees them and everything, and he tries to go back to show people, but he's like gone. And the guy's like running around the hospital like.
When of course
I don't
he's
know, it's
talking
funny.
about government-made pig-human hybrid
Yeah.
people. So
Kramer's always been my
it's not
favorite.
like this is a new topic.
But now I'm scared to eat like any kind of pig because what if they have dead bodies in them?
Well,
See?
that's freaky.
Like now I'm scared. Well, and apparently that woman would always joke with her friends and be like, "If you mess with me or whatever, I'll just feed you to my pigs." But it was not a joke. She was gonna feed you to the pigs.
So what is this chance?
That's Torso Face Man.
Okay.
So this came out of roughly the same set of treatises that we're talking about. When I say set, this is like a loose documentation that catalogs across several centuries. It is not like a collective set that came out of one distinctive area and is known under a name or something. It is just disparate treaties that I am classifying as like a set, because you see this across. This guy shows up in pictures with the Dogmen. The Dogmen show up in pictures with the Jug Kids. So the Jug Kids gotta know this guy, right?
I mean, what if they were just people with no necks and people didn't know how to draw them? So they just looked like their heads were in their torso.
I don't know. That's very distinct, though. I feel like you could have done a little better, you know.
I don't know.
It's just an
Medieval
idea, y'all.
drawings, though, are.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, this is not a
Here's another
documented
one.
birth defect or anything.
Here's another one. This guy shows up. He's around.
I think you still sent me the same.
I sent you
Oh,
just
you
the
sent the
picture.
image.
Sorry.
It's okay. There we go.
So it's like these are whatever this creature is around. You know, and I don't know if they're related to the pot children or the dogmen or what's happening here. But
His
there's
arms for ears, like it literally doesn't have ears. How would you hear? And it looks like there's a bunch of them, right?
it's like a tribe.
That's really weird.
Inbreds.
I'm trying to find some more.
I mean, it
because
looks
I've
like-
seen this guy pop up in treatises a lot. I've looked through an uncomfortable amount of them. I like history in that time period. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on. And these guys, they pop up, man. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're fine. It looks to me like this is something that they're trying to document, something they saw from a tribe or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The best they know how, or how it was told to them, or something like that. Funky, man. Unless these are just goofy, like
Hold on.
children's stories, like Humpty Dumpty or something.
Hold on. Here is. There's goat people. I think there's a dog man in this. There's like a mouse guy and the people. This is from 1377. Either from
It wasn't
France
that
or
long ago.
Ethiopia.
Say it's not that long ago.
I'm joking.
Oh, I was like, wait, what?
I know I'm usually very chronologically confused on this show, but I was joking. From
On
the
Hair's Deep.
1300s.
Mm-hmm.
We got like dragons. I don't know what's going on over
Lizard
here.
people.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know what I don't see is any squid people.
I don't see squid people.
Cephalopods.
They're hiding.
We got the chest people. We got hairy lungface.
Is that Sasquatch, bro?
It looks like Spy versus Spy Sasquatch.
We got the guy with horns at the top, the guy with like bat ears
Yeah.
going.
There's some weird stuff where people do grow like weird horns sometimes.
Well, we've got satyrs in Greco.
I like the bat guy though. He's my favorite.
That
here, I
guy's
think.
cool. He looks like he would be fun at parties, man.
I don't understand what these are. These are regular people. I
Normal
guess.
people. One of them's wearing a crown.
I thought the one in the front looked like a bearded lady.
It's Squid Mountain.
Squid Mountain.
I don't know. It's a weird picture.
I am surprised the search engine pulled these three up, to tell you the truth. I typed in medieval face torso man.
Of course you did.
um,
That one was
Let's see,
funny.
where are we at here? We're about an hour and 20 in. Good. We could do our next segment, or we could just keep rambling about torso people and wait for calls.
torso
If you want to
people.
call, 857-32-D-dial, 857-323-3425. Lines open. A little bit longer before we our next talking point here. Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, they have a Wikipedia page. Oh, they exist all over the world.
What exists? The torso?
Torso
people?
man, dude. Hold on, I'm gonna send you this.
Alright, hit me.
This is wacky. I'd never seen this page before.
Hey, you know the cool thing about that Jason mask? It glows in the dark.
Does it?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
All right, well, y'all dive deeper into this. I'm gonna step away and go to the bathroom. Be right back. I'm
Sounds good.
not gonna say it as dirty as Gavin does.
I said I was straight out of the bathroom. Not dirty.
Oh, you're
Is
always
it?
saying, I'm gonna go pee.
Oh.
I'm just gonna go to the restroom.
You gonna go powder your nose?
Yes.
Like a proper lady?
Yes.
Okay. She comes back with a suspicious amount of powder on her nose.
Yeah, this page is wacky. I should have.
Yeah, I was gonna say send it because
I think it is. I should have.
it is weird.
No, I mean like I should have. It should be. You should have it.
Oh. I think. Oh. Okay. Headless men.
Headless man.
This is really weird.
Various species of mythical headless men were rumored in antiquity and later to inhabit remote parts of the world. They are variously known as Eccephaloi
Yeah.
or Blimyes. Blimye in Latin.
Okay.
Described as lacking a head with their facial features on their chest. These were first described as inhabitants of ancient Libya or the Nile system. Later traditions confined their habitat to a particular island in the Brisson River or shifted it to India. Blimyes are said to occur in two types. With
Hey, we're getting a call
we
there.
have got a
You
call
got
coming
your ears on.
Yep, sure enough.
Call from
Wreck.
You're on.
Rec, thank you for calling in, my man. How you doing tonight?
All right, how about you guys?
We are doing
Pretty
well. What had you calling in?
Hey, sorry, I don't have a whole lot, but I don't want to derail your conversation too much. But I wanted to kind of maybe tie in what this Crowley thing and like the symbolism thing from a couple weeks ago about in film.
Hmm.
And the thing that got me was like this. I didn't know if you guys were going to talk about this Crowley, like having any kind of like crossover with the demon and the aliens thing.
Lamb and the how he looks exactly like a gray, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know what you guys' thought on that was, and then I had something else on the symbolism side with a couple weeks ago. I think that the thing I forgot to kind of to mention was like I think the whole purpose. I thought it was for a long time. Like, what was the purpose of putting all that in film? And because I think I was asked, what are they asking permission for?
Yeah.
Because we talked about that. And I think the permission is they're asking for your permission to influence you.
Oh man, you just made my skin crawl a little bit when you said that. That is an interesting take and one I am keen to believe, to tell you the truth. That's the whole you gotta let a vampire in the house kind of thing right there.
Yeah, and because to kind of further, I'm still looking into this one because I don't know what it means. I've been recently looking into Godzilla and that, and I noticed that the new Godzilla series has a lot of symbols and stuff that ties into like the monarch and those kind of things. And I don't understand that. I didn't dive into that too much. I don't understand the history of that, but I do know this because like it just kind of goes back to what you were saying, Gavin, how like you realize that when I was talking to you that nothing happens in film by accident.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm watching, the new Godzilla stuff, and I'm thinking about they've got on Apple TV this new series called Monarch, The Legend of Monsters or whatever it's called, because that Monarch is the kind of the secret organization that's been following the monsters since like the 50s or 60s in the series.
Right.
Well, if you think about this, and I don't think this is anything bad, but it just kind of shows how it's filmmakers, I think about this. In Japan, the monarch butterfly is considered to be messengers of the gods and are thought to bring happiness and good fortune to those who see them. Well, think about it. The kaijus, the Godzilla god, they're kind of looked at, it's been mentioned a few times that they're gods in a way, these animals, these big animals. And so it just kind of shows there's like a hidden meaning behind you choosing the monarch as like the symbol within the mythology of the show.
So it just so happens I'm a big Godzilla fan. I don't think there's a Godzilla film I haven't seen, and I think I own almost all of them. So we're talking about the modern, like, Universal, legendary, the American films, right?
Correct. That's kind of the modern thing.
So, I mean,
Yep.
even going back into the old Japanese ones, what you're talking about in terms of the treatment of a monarch, obviously you have Mothra and Mothra's always
Right.
this opposition of Godzilla and this guardian of the people. And like in the old films, they have like some like ancient tribal little twin fairies that like sing a song to wake and communicate with Mothra, so that it can rise up and fight Godzilla in defense of humans. And then you also see when Godzilla is treated as a good guy, Mothra comes in as well to fight at his side. And I've never seen any of the in any of the films. Mothra is never an enemy. Mothra is always a guardian.
Right. No, exactly. Yeah, so I think it's kind of I just keep finding examples of this, and I just wanted to kind of like Chant said, I hadn't thought of it that way until recently. That it's like as to why they put these things in there, and that's asking for your permission to influence you.
Oh man,
because there's
every
no other
time you
reason
say
for doing
that.
it in my mind.
So this is like part of their belief structure, right? Like they need your permission in order to do whatever nefarious thing they're trying to do.
It's like a karmic
Exactly.
debt that's paid instantly,
Just to get back
Yeah.
to the Godzilla thing, have you ever seen the original Japanese Godzilla?
I'll be honest with you, I've been thinking about it. I've been wanting to go back and look at those. I haven't watched them since I was a kid. Again, I was born in '73, so I did watch all that stuff when I was a kid. But it's kind of a faded memory now.
I know you're a big film guy, and the very first Godzilla film, the black and white one, was, in terms of symbolism, it was very much it was speaking to the bombs that were dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And honestly, I think it's a masterpiece of a movie, and it's tough to watch from today's lens. Like sitting a kid down and trying to get him to watch it is really difficult. But being the film guy you are, I think you'd really enjoy it. I managed to catch it the first time it ever showed in theaters in the United States, because for a long time we got a cut version of it with a bunch of scenes of the actor Raymond Burr spliced in, and it was very abridged. But the original Japanese one doesn't have him in it and kind of tells the story from the Japanese side. It's pretty good. You should check it out.
Yeah, I think I will go back and do that, because I have been diving into that Godzilla Realm rewatch recently. So, because I'm looking forward to this. Well, kind of looking forward to this Apple TV series. I want to see what it's about. So, I've been thinking about that. Yeah, the old films like that, it's hard to translate. I wish there was a way, because you're mentioning how it's hard for kids nowadays to watch that old stuff, because it's so dated, because it's hard not to laugh at a guy in a suit. That's, that's fair. It's kind of like, trying to get someone, that's less than, or in the 20-year-old range right now to watch a classic Star Trek. It's hard not to look at that and laugh because it seems cheesy. I wish more people could actually go back and really appreciate watching them for the story, because it's a rarity today to find filmmakers and storytellers that want to tell an honest retelling of those stories. So it's kind of sad that they won't get watched.
Everything kind of gets washed through the Hollywood lens of modern, it has to appeal to everybody.
Yeah, well, when things do get remade, they are viewed through the lens of today when they remake them, or their understanding of today. And certain things don't translate to some of these filmmakers, how they make things. So,
what do you think is the difference between like Japanese and American cultures, in that kaijus kind of still have a prominent place in Japanese culture, but the American kaijus we've had, stuff like Paul Bunyan, has largely been pushed to the side today. Do you make anything of that?
Interesting.
That's a good question. I don't know. I just recently started looking at, it's interesting you say that, because I was watching a new series. What's it called? I'm blanking on it. It was a 4-part series, Encounters. In the 4th episode, they talk about how different the Japanese culture is and the things that they believe. So I don't know. I don't know enough about their culture to answer that.
I think I fell asleep watching that very episode where they were talking about was it the documentary about the UFOs around
yes.
Hiroshima?
Yes. Fukushima, right?
Yeah, Fukushima, sorry.
Was that around the reactor going down?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people spotted UFOs after the meltdown.
Yeah, because in the Japanese culture, those lights are viewed as like almost spiritual beings, not UFOs necessarily.
When it seems pretty common worldwide, when we go back and look at ancient text and ancient paintings and stuff like that, they do seem treated as something angelic or religious or spiritual.
Well, when we look back to tie things into conversation earlier, when we look back at like Shintoism as a whole, like Japanese traditional belief systems, there is a lot, like every object is a spirit. Like an umbrella that you leave in the corner for too long will get upset and start attacking you, essentially. Like they have like wills and spirits of their own. So it doesn't surprise me that there's
cartoon.
Yeah, honestly it does. But it doesn't surprise me that they would view something like that spiritually, with as connected as their traditional beliefs are to kind of everything being spiritual in nature.
Right. No, it makes sense. I mean, like I said, I don't know enough about their culture, but they are the way they view spirituality and God and just that whole realm is very different than the Judeo-Christian view. That's for sure.
No doubt. The Eastern and Western philosophies have been honestly pretty split for a very long time. The delineation between the two is really stark.
So we were talking about these treatises, but there's a lot of cool like cryptids in early Japanese mythology, and one of my favorite is like the turtle people. Like there's like a turtle man. Like a ninja
kappas.
Turtle. Yes, kappas. Yeah.
I like kappas. They're fun, man.
Huh.
Yokai is the word in Japanese to describe what we're talking about here, because the kappa and that umbrella are the same.
Yokai.
They're yokai. They're spirits, essentially. Because when I said that about the umbrella, it's not a joke. There's actually like reference for that. There's an old Japanese grimoire, essentially, that shows an umbrella like coming to life and hopping over and like attacking its owner because its owner had forsaken it in the corner and hadn't used it for years or something of that nature.
I wish my appliances would come do stuff for me, man. Save me so much time.
No, because nowadays it's just going to be Transformers.
Yeah, I'll have to look into what you guys are talking about there, because I have not seen anything on that kind of cryptid, so that's completely new to me.
There's a lot. If you really want to do a deep dive into cryptids, the Japanese mythology has lists, and they're very detailed. Like they were almost scribe-like in the way that they took down notes about these creatures. When you find texts on them, there'll be detailed illustrations for pages with pages of text to go along with it. It's like one of those modern, know your monster books from Barnes and Noble, but they wrote it in the 1300s.
Huh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to look at that, because, I guess new to me. I'm only kind of, familiar with the more Western mythologies, I guess, to a degree, cryptids and that kind of stuff.
No doubt.
So,
Yeah,
I
honestly,
also wanted to ask you, what? Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm not super familiar with them either. I know a few of them.
I wanted to ask you though, because I haven't ever revisited. I saw that going back to the Crowley, that picture of what did they call it?
Lamb.
Yeah.
Lamb.
What do you guys make? Yeah, what do you guys make of that? Because I saw that a few years ago. I think the first time I looked at it was like back in 2019 or 2020 or like that, but I never revisited that. Do you guys see any kind of connection to the modern gray mythos? Or
And
is that just
I see two
something else?
possibilities. One is that this is sort of an archetypal image that's out there in the collective conscience, and when you are in a elevated state, an elevated spiritual state, whatever direction that might be, which it sounds like Crowley spent some time trying to put himself in this state, that maybe you can tap into. Or when we talk about like DMT entities or clockwork elves, and people talk about speaking to other entities on certain psychedelics, that they say they're aliens, some say they're a shattering of the ego, and you're. I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe they are something somewhere else. It's like one of those two things. It's either this archetypal image that everybody kind of has in their mind and that we all share, and he was able to tap into it in that elevated state, or he was actually talking to something real.
Supposedly, the story goes that the whole encounter behind this was that to open a portal. Like, it was a ritual performed in 1918. And that it was designed to open an extra dimensional portal. I don't even necessarily think to hell, or that it was trying to summon a demon per se, but it seemed there was a higher entity they were trying to contact using ritual magic, and that's what came out of it. It's not necessarily like a meditation thing or anything like that, just to put that out there.
It's a ritual thing?
And you're hearing a lot of talk of that today. You can see some crossover in the community that is really embracing the DMT aspect of things too, because you have, I think you said it, I think they're calling them machine elves or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
You said something about that, Gab. Yeah, so you're seeing that today as well, and I don't know. I'm pretty iffy about diving too far into it, because I'm like, I don't know if we should be tapping into that stuff or not. But it could all be the same thing, just interpreted differently. Who knows? But I don't know that I feel good about going on the same path as an Aleister Crowley. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big question is, if you make the assumption that this demon thing he was talking to was real, whatever it is, what is its motivation, and how can it influence and hide its influence? I don't know, does that make sense to you, Chance?
No, it absolutely does. Because the way I understand it is that, like, he opened a door, invited this thing in, and it's still here. It didn't necessarily, like, poof away afterwards.
Oh, so you're not saying it's not like out there in, like
the ether,
cerebral space?
Yeah, no, it's like it's physically manifested into the world now. Like, that portal is open, from what I understand. Now, what reports there are of this ritual are very scant and are like third-hand sources, but you take what you can get when you're talking about 1918 occultism.
But like Rick is saying, like, how do you know that what you're talking to is malevolent or benevolent? You don't necessarily know how it seeks to influence you.
No doubt. And it would arguably be powerful enough to hide if it were influencing you in a way you didn't want to be. Like, it could monkey's paw you with no effort.
Well, I think that's the key thing here. We keep coming back to, and this is why I think these things tie together, these subjects tie together in a way. We keep seeing one word here, and that's influence. And that's the part that makes me go cautious. Obviously, I think it's pretty fair to say that Crowley has had an influence, and his work and his belief system or whatever has had an influence even in Hollywood, today, because obviously filmmakers and scriptwriters, whatever, have tapped into that. Like I mentioned, the Supernatural series, kind of nod to that. Whether it's meant to be benevolent or not, it obviously has influence. And it's enough to give me pause as to being careful about, what we're letting in. So it's hard to understand. I don't know. I don't completely understand it myself. But I don't think we can question that the key thing is influence.
Yeah, well, and unfortunately, for you to have a full understanding, it may take going too far, you know?
Exactly.
You could be too far along to realize this thing is evil in order to just try to grasp some sense of understanding of what it is.
Right. And that goes back to the asking for permission and the influence in what films. Like, once you've granted, and it's a double-edged sword for me, because as a filmmaker, I want people to enjoy movies.
Mm-hmm.
And yet at the same time, it's like, knowing that this exists, that it can be used, okay, so these symbols or these themes or these names and that kind of stuff, they pull from the past like this. They're going, okay, we're using these things to ask for permission to influence you. That's malevolent, in my opinion. And so that it is scary. And the part of it is, though, is like, they're asking for you, I'm going to get myself turned around here. They're asking for permission for them to influence you, but you don't know that you are actually granting them permission to influence you. And therefore, that is why it succeeds in influencing.
See, it makes me wonder if malevolent influences, positive influence, what you don't see them take the same path, this sort of subversive imagery or symbolism, or do you, in films and stuff like that?
Well, yes and no. I mean, okay, so I don't know if I've said this before. I would consider myself a conservative Christian. I'll be just, quite frank about that.
Sure.
So that's what, kind of governs my, structure in my life. And so having said that, also as a filmmaker, Christian films have done a terrible job because they beat you over the head. It's very obvious. It makes them cheesy. But it does play to your point that they're not hiding it, right? They're honest about it.
Yeah, they're pretty upfront. It's like it doesn't have to be subversive.
Right. However, it's a double-edged sword because they're considered cheesy, much like watching the old Star Trek or watching the old Godzilla that's, viewed through a modern lens and how it doesn't hold up. It doesn't reach as many people. And so what you're seeing now from filmmakers, even in the more in the Christian realm, is that they are starting to employ a more subversive seems like a bad word, but it is more subconscious because
subliminal, I guess let's call it.
So yeah, subliminal is a way to look at it. But I mean, if you really think about this, the hero archetype at its core is a good message. The
hero's journey.
And the hero's journey. And so I don't know. You bring up. I don't have a complete thought on that, but you saying that has makes me think about that. As a Christian person myself, and I'm making films, I am very conscious of when I'm writing something. I'm careful about making sure that what the person, the audience walks away from my film, they don't walk away with the thought that I'm celebrating the bad guys. That's kind of a modern thing now. The good guys and bad guys are much more unclear in modern cinema.
Yeah.
And I've got
anti-hero.
My dystopian films. Yeah, the anti-hero. I think the anti-hero is one of the worst things in modern storytelling that has undermined the moral boundaries that were kind of in that hero's journey archetype.
So Jacqueline and I were watching a film, and have you seen this, Nefarious?
I have not. I'm aware of it, and it's been on my list. I will admit that I'm hesitant on watching those things anymore, because those very dark films like that I always do wonder about what I'm letting in when I watch them. Because I got into them about a decade and a half ago. I kind of stopped watching because I felt like I was letting something in. But that is one, because that's based on a true story, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
What was that?
I thought it was a yes.
That's
Sorry.
That's based on a true story, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure, it may be. But we
think it
started
was.
watching it, and I didn't understand. Like, I had no idea that it was a Christian movie, you know?
Yes.
And I thoroughly enjoyed it. And it seemed to be packaged as such that it looks like a horror movie on its face. So in terms of like a subliminal thing, maybe it's kind of a trick to get you to watch it, but I actually thought it was an excellent movie either way.
Yeah, I've heard good things about it. It is on my list to watch.
Your mention of feeling like you've let something in when you were watching it kind of makes me think, do you know much about the King's Pact, or what that is, what it pertains to?
No, I'm not.
So the King's Pact is in reference to bringing back Solomon's Key and the Ars Goetia again. In reference to that, it was a pact that King Solomon made with the demons so that they couldn't interfere with human matters anymore. He told them essentially they are not allowed to show themselves to us. They are not allowed to speak to us. And there's been whisperings in like occultic circles for a few years that the internet and visual media like movies were created to give them a way to show themselves and speak to us without actually doing those things.
I would tend to think that that's probably true, because I think that almost what you said there almost confirms what I've said before, and it goes back to that asking for permission. I think that it's exactly the same thing, because we do know that films are a form of propaganda. Yes, they're entertainment, but they can be propaganda as well.
No doubt.
Well, for the positive or negative, there's a message.
Right.
Well, the part that sucks for me is
that's
I love Christian movies, and I go to Christian concerts. I like that stuff, but they always portray the Christian as the silly, carrying a Bible around everywhere with them, and it's so unrealistic that it makes it look goofy. And it's showing kids nowadays it's goofy to be a Christian. Look how silly they look.
They're
And
almost
it's
making everyone look like a Mennonite.
Yeah,
basically.
like, oh, if you believe in that, look how silly you are, or you must hate everybody. No, it's just portrayed wrong.
Well,
it is portrayed wrong. Go ahead.
I've said before that I think Christians need to meet the world in the world. I've always thought that Christianity needs to meet the world where it is, instead of expecting it to come into its world. And I know that the Bible says, you are not of this world. But if you expect to have positive influence, I feel like you have to meet the world halfway.
What do you mean by the world there?
Jacqueline could probably help me explain this better, but we've talked about this.
Yeah. But in a way, I almost disagree, because I feel like if you don't take a stand for something, eventually, what do you stand for? When do you say enough is enough, and I have a right to believe what I believe? And I mean, you and I do disagree on beliefs a lot. I definitely say I'm a Christian. I have no reason, to say anything else. That's how I was raised. It's who I am. But how long do I have to have things pushed in my face before I just say enough is enough?
No, that's not necessarily what I'm saying. I just mean nothing's more powerful than a down-to-earth Christian.
Well, and I definitely feel like I fit in that category, but there's still a time I say enough is enough.
Maybe we can make this make sense in reference to in context to the film conversation, because I agree and disagree, Gavin, because because of the biblical belief, you don't meet the world necessarily because you are not of the world. However, when it comes to reaching the world, you have to understand how the world works. And so understanding how the world works, you can therefore find ways to reach the world. It isn't necessarily meeting the world where it's at, it's using the world, it's the world's own tools to reach it, if that makes sense. So in the film context, how you make that film, the way you convey that message would be important. And so like the kind of the traditional way of making Christian films, they are cheesy, and they are over the top, and people don't like watching, like we said. So finding ways to reach the world that way is important. Knowing, I'll put it this way: typical Christian films have been made by not storytellers. They've been made by people who like to preach. And they are really good at speaking to people. To use a kind of a Christian parable, the fish that are already in the boat, right? You've already caught those fish. The Christians are the fish that are already in the boat. And when you're watching, a good example might be the Kevin Sorbo movie, God's Not Dead. A lot of Christians praise that movie. I hated it.
Oh, I do like it.
As a Christian, see, I hated it because it was it didn't understand how the world actually works, because every character was a stereotype.
Yeah.
But the problem is, movies like that will speak to the Christians that are already, the fish that are already in the boat. Making movies that are, I think to your point, Gavin, that the subliminal messages maybe are important in some ways. There's a place for that. I think there's a line you can cross. You got to be careful of, because you still have to be honest with your intentions. But being able to use that tool to speak to or catch the fish that are not in the boat. So I don't know if that kind of makes more sense in a way that it's a way of me disagreeing with what you said, Gavin, but at the same time understanding where you're coming from.
Well, that's what impressed me about this Nefarious movie is it seemed to be advertised in such a way where you wouldn't necessarily know what it was on like a, menu streaming service. You would just click on it, oh, maybe this is a horror movie. And then it has this Christian message. And what's more impressive is it's basically preached by a demon throughout the whole movie, which I thought was really compelling.
Yeah. Like I said, I got to watch it, so I can't speak to it too much. But now that we've talked about it, I'll definitely have to make a bigger point to maybe look at that again.
It was interesting. I think it's okay to put what you believe into a film without necessarily. We were making the joke about superliminal advertising. If you've ever seen this Simpsons episode, the Eva Netanyahu thing, where Bart's in a boy band and he's saying "Join the Navy" backwards, and there's this guy LT Smash, which is actually just Lieutenant Smash, and he explains that the Navy recruits through liminal, subliminal, and superliminal advertising, and the superliminal is just screaming out the window at the guy to join the Navy. Hey, you join the Navy. Right. Oh, okay. I think it's okay to put a message in a movie if you are a Christian or you have these values without necessarily it being the it can still be a worldly movie. You know what I mean? But you can still have that underlying message.
Exactly, and that kind of plays my point of understanding how the world works and using those tools appropriately to reach those people.
How do you feel about demon possession?
I think it's real. I've never experienced it myself, but I have in the past had a friend who I've lost contact with, but who I've had no reason to not believe him at the time. Anyway, he was in the room as an assistant during some exorcism. So he described his experiences, and yeah, they sound pretty frightening. it definitely goes back biblically as being something that I do believe in. So, yeah.
I was explaining to Jacqueline, like, I don't know how I feel about it. I find some of the most compelling horror movies and stories are about demonic possession. And I can remember as a young man, I went on a missions trip to Mexico. And I didn't speak Spanish. My pastor's wife did. She was from Mexico. And there was this lady who was screaming at us in Spanish and spitting, and she just looked wild and crazy, and I didn't know what was happening. And I asked her what was going on, and she goes, "Don't worry about it. She's possessed. She has demons in her." And I was like, "What, are you being hyperbolic?" And she said, "No, she has demons." And I honestly don't remember much of how she looked or anything. I just remember being in that situation and thinking, okay, yeah, I buy that.
That's freaky.
Yeah. Yeah, I forget the guy's name. It came up recently in kind of the trending on YouTube. There's a Catholic priest who was famous. He died a number of years ago. There's something Malachi something. I think Malachi was his name. Famous Catholic priest. And, so if you look him up, there's a lot to do about his story and a lot of the cases and stuff that are well known that he was part of. So yeah, there's definitely documentation on it. And when it comes to demon possession, they really have to vet those cases, because the Catholic Church is very, very careful not to say that every time someone comes to them saying they're demon possessed, they're not going to say, okay, yeah, we believe you. They put them through a rigor of they put them through psychological testing, that
Right.
through atheist counselors, even people who don't believe in God or believe in this stuff, they will put these people in those counselors. So so when these cases come up, before the Catholic Church will even perform an exorcism, the people they're doing it on have already been put through a huge elimination process before they go that far. So they take it very seriously, and they don't just say anybody's demon possessed, because even the Catholic Church will say, hey, I think this person just needs counseling, or they might even need drug intervention to help stabilize them, or whatever.
Some sort of psychological explanation. Sorry, I'm a little speech jammed when I talk on the phone.
That's all right. I'm the same way. So yeah, I think that if you look into that, they are very careful about it, but they do take it seriously, and I do think it's real. Have I experienced those things firsthand? I don't think I have, but like I said, I've known people who have, and at the time, I had no reason to doubt their truthfulness. So I don't know. And it goes back to, because Chance, you asked me why I would say watching those kinds of movies, about 10 years ago, I started really thinking about what am I letting in when I'm watching those things? Because there are some movies, man, they cross a line. Like, you look at I watched The Exorcist a long time ago, and it's no secret that movie messed up, what's her name?
The
Blair,
actress,
or
yeah.
I forgot the.
Heard that.
Yeah, it messed her up.
Oh man, I tell you, there's a lot of movies out there too that are nothing but evil through the whole movie. I mean, The Exorcist really scratches the tip of the iceberg in terms of what's out there, and I don't want to get into any of them tonight. They'll get me kicked off of YouTube, but there really is. There's some nasty stuff out there in terms of film.
Sometimes these conversations seem really fortuitous, because Jacqueline and I just watched The Exorcist 3 last night. We were watching old Joe Bob hosted films. I don't know if you know who Joe Bob Briggs is. He's a horror host.
No, I do not.
He's on Shudder now, but he used to be on TNT back in the day in the 90s and early 2000s. Anyway, so we watched The Exorcist 3, which is a very dark movie. And then we watched another movie that is darker. And when we talk about messaging, this movie doesn't have a message. It doesn't have much of a beginning, middle, and an end. It's more of a biopic. Is that the word? Biopic?
Biopic is how, I don't know.
Called Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. And, I mean, it's dark. I don't think it makes excuses for him, but it's basically just, hey, here's a serial killer. This is how he kills. He gets away with it because he's very good at it, and the movie ends. And in watching that, it does feel like maybe you're letting in something in dark, or maybe you're just informing yourself of what's out there. I don't, you know. It's a piece of art, though. It's a really good film.
It was something.
Yeah. It was actually rated X. The MPAA would not allow it through, not because of any violence in particular or anything, but what they said was they didn't like the moral tone of the movie.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I think you have to be careful. I think you have to be guarded. And that's what my choice was when like I said, I went into a phase where I watched a ton. I watched all the Exorcist movies. I watched there was a weird Exorcist remake that they did, and they did 2 versions of it. The same actor played it. What's his name? Skarsgård played the priest, and they did 2 versions of the same movie. It was kind of weird, but I went through that phase. I watched the Exorcism of Emily Rose, which actually is based on a true story.
Good movie too.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, I won't watch them again, because I did realize, like, man, things in my life at the time. I don't necessarily get scared easy per se. It's just that I understand that. Again, going back to, am I giving them permission to influence me in a way that I don't want them to? You know what I mean?
No doubt.
So I take those movies in with a limited diet. I'll put it that way.
That's fair. I should honestly think more about that, but
I was gonna say, just to give God's Not Dead credit. So in the movie, it uses the band Newsboys, but the lead singer of it, Michael Tate, used to be of DC Talk, who I grew up going to like a massive amount of their concerts, and I went to the original Newsboys concert. So when that movie came out and those were the people in it, I think that's what actually drew me to the movie. So I still understand that, yes, it was still cheesy, but I think that's what drew me to it, is I was just obsessed with all the band members.
Well, and that's kind of funny. I mean, it worked. It got you there.
It did.
Yeah, it got you there, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I'm not trying to dog it, and I don't think anybody who likes it is wrong or stupid, or I would never say that or think that of anybody. My whole point of that is just it was kind of playing into Gavin's point of kind of meeting the world and understanding where they're at and how to use these tools to reach them.
You know what movie did it right? Jesus Christ Superstar.
Oh gosh,
I've never seen it.
I don't think I've ever seen that, because I thought they were like making fun of it.
No, it's so good. It's legitimately phenomenal. I don't know how you feel about musicals. It is a musical, but it is so good.
Well, I think the one part I did like about...
I think that Chance is having his Ian moment again.
Yes, 100%. The one part I liked about God's Not Dead is that the guy stands up for something. He's supposed to do this class assignment for this teacher. He could have easily gotten away with it, just sign what he wanted to sign, but he stood up for something. And that's the part I like, because I'm one to stand up for something.
I agree, actually.
I don't follow people very easy.
Yeah, no, I actually agree with that. I mean, the actual message of that movie is solid. It's just told in a very obvious way.
Yes.
So no, I completely agree with that. That's kind of my point. Was like that movie in particular is like one that it's preaching to the fish that are already in the boat, so to speak,
right.
to a degree. But no, I agree. I would never say the messaging of that movie is wrong. It's just, in my opinion, it's not effective in reaching the world in the way that I think that people wanted. It did open some doors. I mean, it did to a degree. I mean, it did really well in the box office. But films like Courageous do better because they, kind of tell stories that are more. a little more worldly in a way, so it'll reach more people.
Right. I made my kids watch it, mainly my oldest daughter who's 15, because I wanted her to see that when everybody's doing one thing, you can be the one to stand up and do something different. And people will hate you for it. They will, trash you for it. They're going to look down on you, make fun of you, whatever. Who cares? You're standing up for something you believe in. And that's why I made her watch it. And she totally thought it was cheesy. But I think the overall message got to her that, whatever the whole, group of high schoolers are doing, you don't have to follow along just to be cool. You can be cool doing something completely different.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I quote Black Sabbath here real quick?
Oh, God.
They should realize before they criticize that God is the only way to love.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys ever heard that one?
I don't think so.
I love when they talk about Black Sabbath.
I haven't heard it, but I agree with it.
Yeah, it's After Forever. It's a Black Sabbath song. Check it out. Like when people talk about Black Sabbath being evil, listen to this song. It's absolutely here's some more lyrics from it. When you think about death, do you lose your breath or do you keep your cool? Would you like to see the Pope at the end of a rope or do you think he's a fool? Well, I've seen the truth, yes, I've seen the light, and I've changed my ways, and I'll be prepared when you're lonely and scared at the end of our days.
Pretty deep.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I love to point to in terms of like the secular intersection with Christianity.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man.
How do you guys feel about Christianity being as splintered as it is into so many different sects? Might not be the right word. Denominations. Thank you. What do you make on that?
I think it's simple. Mankind is broken. I think that it's just like politics. It's just like anything else. Mankind, once you start scaling things up population-wise, I think you're just going to naturally have that. I mean, you go back to the story of Babel, and the population being split up by languages and that. So I mean, it's kind of a normal thing in humanity to. We're never going to have utopia on Earth. We're never going to all be perfect and get along. It's not real. That idea that we're all going to have exactly the same viewpoint and way of doing things is an unrealistic thing to have on Earth. So that's kind of my point blank real world take on that, I guess. I couldn't speak to all the different religions and the whys, ins and outs of all of them. But I think just at its core, the reason why that happens is because we're broken as humans. We're not perfect.
It seems to be like another way to build up walls between people. And not just people, but I feel like those amongst us who seek to dissolve boundaries in terms of the boundary between you and your neighbor, you and your fellow man, you and nature, you and God, that's a very noble pursuit.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Just the problem is we can't ever agree on how that is. How to do that.
I mean, maybe it's okay that people like to worship differently, Maybe it's just a result of that, but I think when it gets divisive is, as long as you can still come together and unify at some point, I think that's what's important. When the rubber really hits the road and you need to unify, and not just denominations within Christianity, but other religions. You could take that back further and go, okay, well, what's the difference? But we have this diversion between Abrahamic religion. You might be able to bring it back further in terms of world religion.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you get pretty lost in the weeds there, unfortunately. I mean, I don't know that I believe that all religions are the same.
No, they're definitely not.
And that's the thing, because you hear the idea that we're all worshiping the same God. Well, I don't know that that's necessarily true. So that's where you get into theological boundaries there that I don't know how you're breaking, because if you're not going to agree fundamentally that you're not actually worshiping the same God, well, then your goals aren't the same.
Well, this Friday the 13th is it's a hell of a day to talk about that.
Yeah, isn't it?
I think you know what I mean.
yeah, it is. It really is. I hear you. We've made it this far. It's this late in the day, so
yeah.
We're all supposed to have that weird sun eclipse tomorrow, so it just seems to be falling in really weird things lately. I don't know. It's strange.
Timing is strange. Yeah.
My son gets to witness that directly overhead, because he's in Albuquerque, so he gets to witness the actual true ring of fire. I'm in Montana,
exciting.
so I think I only get a 70 or 75% coverage, so we'll be picked up here.
They said we should be getting somewhere around 90% around 8:12 in the morning. So I was going to set my alarm and try to go see it. But this time I'll remember not to video record on my phone. Last time I completely broke my phone trying to film the eclipse and shattered my lens.
Oh, yeah, don't do that. Yeah.
I didn't know.
You have to have the right have to have the right filters for that.
On the last one that came around, it was back when I was on the East Coast, and if I'm not mistaken, the coverage was enough that we were able to do it without glasses. We had a point where we could take our glasses off and look up at it because it was
we made
completely
some
covered.
makeshift paper, and we were trying not to look, and yet and then I was like, well, maybe I'll film it on my phone and then we can go back. No, I just broke my phone.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I use an ND filter, which is not considered enough. You're not supposed to do that. It's not enough. But I had a variable ND, so it's I was able to push it down quite a bit, and I was able to do it on one of my cameras. But
Nice.
yeah, it's you don't want to point at them directly without the right filters.
Oh man, I've spiked more than my share of old digital cameras into the sun, like old 2000s, little gray Fujifilms straight at it and just toast.
Yeah, lesson learned. That was a very expensive lesson, because phones are they're expensive.
Do you think the solar eclipse means anything?
Yes. It lines up on. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Rick.
No, you go ahead, because you know more about it than I do. I know that it does mean something to certain people. I don't understand that. I don't keep that knowledge in my head very well. So, but yeah, this one supposedly does mean something, but I don't completely grasp it myself.
So this one and the last one that happened, the last big one, a few years back, they have a point where their paths cross. That crossing point is exactly over the New Madrid seismic zone in Texas, and there have been...
Oh, that's right.
And there have been a bunch of military helicopters scrambled out to Texas today from all across the nation.
Interesting.
Well, that may not have anything to do with the eclipse. That could have to do with the threats of jihad.
Yeah.
But coincidence is coincidence.
It's the drums of war beating.
Yeah, God.
Yeah, there's a lot more going on than just that. It's hard to say. I mean, with the military movement, it could be related to other things too. We got to be careful about, I'm sure.
I think it speaks to, depending on how you want to look at it, the universal coincidence of our existence or God's hand in the world. Just that the moon fits so perfectly in front of the sun. The fact that it doesn't revolve itself is weird. I mean, the moon is bizarre. Our moon is very
It's shrinking.
unique.
Did you know that? The moon's shrinking?
The moon is...
I don't know if I believe that.
No, scientifically proven.
Maybe it's just getting further away. So it looks like
Yeah.
it's shrinking.
Hold on.
I don't know about that,
But yeah, I love the moon stuff.
Hold on.
that's that's a
Here
whole,
we go.
that's a whole
NASA.
other tangent in
Shrinking
itself.
moon may be generating earthquakes.
Hey,
It
so
just
my
sent it
mom lives
along.
in Washington and she lives on Whidbey Island. And they actually just had a 4.5 earthquake the other day out of nowhere. And so earthquakes are definitely picking up.
Well, we talk about the moon
Yeah.
as potentially hollow, like it rings and
Yeah, resonates.
Yeah.
Why does it resonate?
So I tend to take AJ's stance on this from Y-Files. I looked at, when I first heard about that, I thought it was ludicrous, much like the hollow earth thing. But then, like him, when I looked into it myself, I was like, well, maybe, again, the answer is people like you and I, we don't know until we see it ourselves. But yeah, I'm a strange Christian in a way. Like, the idea of, the universe being older than, what we're told, or the earth being older than we're told, and, things being positioned like the moon to our earth, or possibly constructed, or some other kind of body. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not necessarily poo-pooing on the idea that it's possible.
Yeah, I wasn't here 13 million years ago, so,
the moon has properties that if you didn't know better, you would think it was placed there.
Exactly. That's kind of exactly. Yeah, but at the same time, that goes back into the intelligent design of the universe. You could say, yeah, it was placed there intentionally. It's just a matter of who placed it there.
who placed
Right?
it?
And the reasons for that. I mean, obviously, we do know that without the moon, the Earth would be very, very different.
Yeah. It has a lot of influence on Earth. The
ocean,
tides,
women, and
women's menstrual cycles.
That's
or
weird.
28
Yeah,
days,
it's
the-
Werewolves.
Werewolves.
Well, you guys-
Yes. Lots of effects.
You guys should do a deep dive into.
torch.
I think we'll kind of answer this question as to what this stuff means, and the intelligent design aspect of it. I think ties into, and I don't even think he knows it, but Randall Carlson has been working with what's the guy's name, Malcolm Bendel, on the plasmoid engine idea, conversion stuff, the energy, and that all gets into that sacred geometry and understanding how the universe works, at the molecular level, even when it comes to that sacred geometry and all that design.
Have you ever seen cymatics? It's the study of sound waves on physical material.
I didn't know the name, but I think I know what you're talking about. Yes.
Where they put sand on a speaker and it'll shake itself into a certain pattern. If you take a look at those patterns and then you go and look at sacred geometry texts and you reference them next to each other, there is a lot of crossover between the two. That the sacred geometry stuff, I really think there's something to that 100%.
Speaking of influences and subliminal, I may or may not have a reference to the plasma technology in my next movie.
Okay, that's exciting.
I haven't heard about this particular endeavor, but I do know Randall Carlson, and I enjoy listening to him.
I found I just found the patent for it, the plasma engine.
Yeah. Yeah. It sounds ludicrous. It sounds, when you hear him talk, and a lot of people, I even got friends that are trying to say, oh, he's just a quack, he's crazy, and he's one of those people that is he sounds like he's intelligent, but he's got it all wrong. He's just using words to fool you. I've had that conversation with people I know, and it's like, my hackles didn't grow up with him, because you can tell, he had a whole episode with Joe Rogan that didn't get aired because they wanted to vet everything. And I think the guy is he strikes me as honest and trying to have integrity, because even on all the podcasts that he's been on recently, discussing this technology, he's been like, I need to understand this technology before I can talk about it intelligently. So I think he's being honest.
Well, it's unfortunate that in science so often we can have puzzle piece A and puzzle piece C, and there's no B, and nobody knows what B is. And then when somebody presents a solution that seems to fit between A and C, it's dismissed outright and really not given the time of day.
Oh, you're crazy. Get out of here, kid. Yep.
Yeah.
It's because they don't want us to know B. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want us to be able to put things together.
Well, that could be the case, or it could just be they believe in the doctrine as it exists. They're resistant to the change.
Well, and it's understandable, because on this particular subject, it makes sense, because think about the people who are resisting this technology. Without going, I'll be careful not to go conspiratorial. However, when you
please
think about,
do. You're in the right place to go conspiratorial.
No doubt.
I guess that's true. But it makes sense from their perspective to be, what's the word for it? Dismissive about it, because it threatens their norms.
Mm-hmm.
And any time your norms are threatened, you are going to be defensive. And our current technology is based on certain manners and how it works, right? And this, and I'll be honest, I believe in capitalism, but there's a lot of profit to be possibly lost if this technology was to get out there in a more ubiquitous way. I can't say the word, but you know what I mean. Ubiquitous way. Because the patent that you come across that I believe you're talking about, that is also, if it's the same one I'm thinking of, they're making it open source so that backyard mechanics can use it to create conversions, to use conversion kits on internal combustion engines.
I think we are talking about the same one.
This is such.
Sorry, I think we are, because the patent here is referencing placing it into a car to create torque in a vehicle.
Yeah, so they did a demonstration of it at the Tesla convention in was it in Albuquerque a little while ago?
Okay.
And I think they have it on HowTube. So yeah, they looking at backyard mechanics being able to convert a gasoline engine, and you can get like clean air coming off the doggone tailpipe, which sounds like science fiction, and it sounds like the stories we hear about, back in the day when people supposedly ran their cars off of water,
I remember that.
Blew up garages and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Get a food tester.
Come again?
I said get a food tester. The legend of the guy who got, it's not a legend, I guess it's fact, who died mysteriously after having a meal in a restaurant, who had invented a engine that runs on water.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, over the years, I've heard many stories. Like even before the internet, I was told stories about carburetors that got 90 miles per gallon or that kind of stuff that got bought and put on shelves. So it's the same thing over again with this. I think this plasmoid thing. It's kind of funny though, because you think about when you hear him talk about it, it calls it the lightning generator and the plasmoids. This sounds like something out of Flash Gordon.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
it sure does.
It really does. And so it's like, could you come up with a better name than lightning generator?
He needs to add the number 3000 after it to make it really sound official.
Yes. Yeah. So unfortunately it is sort of inherently laughable by name, but I do think it's a legit thing. So I'm really fascinated as to where this is going to play out. I think that the difference is, though, I'm a little more optimistic at this point in history with technology like this than I ever have been, because it's a lot harder to keep it secret now. When you hear, the stories that I grew up with, again, pre-internet, of my dad telling me about, carburetors being bought by an oil company and put on a shelf. The difference is nowadays you have a Joe Rogan who has, however many millions of listeners, to have a Randall Carlson to disseminate this information to a very big audience in a much more credible way. And I think so I'm a little more hopeful that maybe we could possibly be at a time when this technology could potentially, get out there in a meaningful way. Possibly, I hope.
It's definitely harder to make information disappear in the information age.
Yeah.
And on top of that, when you're talking about open sourcing this information so that backyard mechanics can play with it, I mean, we're all always in favor of open source anything. It's the way of the future.
Yes, please and thank you.
Yep.
Well, it's like you saw a reaction in the establishment akin to the reactions that you get from technology like this when Stable Diffusion, when their foundation released Stable Diffusion as an open source AI image generation model. There was the same exact kind of backlash in the establishment that you see with technology like this. There were people screaming to shut it down. The government was looking to regulate it instantaneously, almost overnight. So it's anything.
In context, just so people know, you're talking about open source AI.
Open source AI, yeah, sure enough. Being able to not having it centralized to a singular entity that controls it out, yeah. Because it wasn't the AI that got them riled up. When DALL-E first came out and their model was closed off, it was all fine when that model wasn't in the hands of the people. It was when it got into the hands of the people open source that they freaked out on it.
Yeah, my jury is still out on the AI conversation. I don't know how to feel about it because, well, that's one that I don't know. Do we want it out there? I don't know.
I think the cat's out of the bag.
I think it's already out though.
I'm a big fan. I tell you, I went to college for a while, and computer science was my major, and I specialized in machine learning. I've been watching the progress of AI since probably 2010 to 2012-ish. I started really watching it, and I remember 2014, 2015 era, we got like Google Deep Dream, right? And that was some goofy stuff. They just figured out how to turn hot dog or not backwards and make it paste dogs everywhere. And the exponential leaps.
You want to explain hot dog or not? Because that's just funny.
Yeah, I can do that. So hot dog or not is a classical. It is the hello world of machine learning. It's a classical machine learning problem where your task is essentially to take and create a neural network that is able to identify any picture that you put into it. It can tell you whether or not there's a hot dog in the picture or not. Hot dog or not.
Simple.
The principles that allowed that to happen, when you flip them in reverse, and there's a little bit more on top of that, but it's essentially a reversion of that principle that allows the newer image generation technology to work. You feed it in a bunch of hot dogs, and suddenly it kind of knows what a hot dog is. It has hit a plateau as well, which I find very interesting. There was, at the beginning of the year, an explosion of AI tech that lasted for probably like 6 or 7 months before it calmed down. And it calmed down about the same time that the government started getting involved in it. And we saw Stable Diffusion-like entities like OpenAI coming in, and it almost seems like the government had gotten to them. They had started, like, Stable Diffusion 1.2, 3, 4, and 5 were phenomenal models that drastically improved upon everything in the models prior. Everything that came after that, and this was right at about that breakpoint that I was talking about, everything that's come after that has been barely incremental or a downgrade. So the government started getting their hands in a mess about it, and suddenly we've got no official regulation, but these models now seem to be getting nerfed. They're not effective anymore in the way that they once were. And I can see something like that happening with this plasma system. Like, if it does go open source and they start allowing backyard engineers and mechanics to mess with this kind of technology, I think it's a little bit harder to get onto companies with it, but I think we're absolutely going to see like hard regulation of the technology. It's going to be a panic and then ensuing governmental force to stop or slow its proliferation through the people.
I would agree with that. I mean, good luck letting a car like that run in California, right? I mean, your point's taken, and I would agree with that, because I mean, that's the genie's out of the bottle, right, so to speak, is the point. But now, how do we control the genie? That's kind of like, you know, I guess the way of looking at it. So yeah, I don't know, but I'm, like I said, at least the difference between now and before is that it is out there, and there is opportunity for people to use it. Yeah, will it be widespread in adopted mainstream? Yeah, I have my doubts of that right now, for sure. I mean, that might be 100 years away, but I don't know. It is interesting because, you know, this technology, I'm going to follow it because it does remind me of everything we hear about Tesla, and the actual Tesla and the pyramids and all that kind of stuff, you know, ancient technology and that kind of stuff. So it makes you wonder if we aren't just rediscovering something. And I think even that in itself, if let's just kind of postulate that, let's pretend that that's true. Let's pretend that that this guy Bendel or Mendel, sorry, is that his name? Malcolm Bendel, right? That's his name.
I believe so.
Let's pretend that. Yeah, I think that's right. Let's pretend that he just rediscovered technology we had, you know, thousands of years ago. If that's true, right? Just that in itself, that concept that it isn't a new invention, it's a rediscovery of technology. What does that mean for our history? And that lines up exactly with what Graham Hancock has been saying in his research when it comes to Göbekli Tepe and all those ancient, you know, ruins and what we're discovering there. All this is happening all at the same time. This is all coming out congruently through different disciplines. You've got the archaeological discipline that's, you know, uncovering these ancient places that are, you know, pointing towards this idea of this lost civilization and being more advanced. Then you've got this idea of, you know, a separate individual who has nothing to do with that discipline, discovering this technology with this plasma technology. And it seems to almost line up to what the so-called conspiracy theorists have said about the pyramids many years, for decades now. You know, people say that has speculated the pyramids have been a power plant. So, I mean, if you think about it from that perspective, how many disciplines does that technology becoming ubiquitous, how many disciplines does that threaten?
Well, it seems to be becoming more and more gathered by the populace. You know, there's more and more interest gathered by these concepts and discoveries, and hopefully that causes the scientific mainstream to revisit it. Yes,
and this goes back to exactly what we said earlier with the podcasts. I mean, podcasts is what made this possible. If you really think about it, you know, once podcasts become popular, these, you know, sit-down interview style things with like the Graham Hancocks and the, you know, Randall Carsons on a Joe Rogan and like podcasts, it just makes it blow up. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see where it goes, because it's definitely a different time.
Do you know much about the age of Aquarius and like what it entails? I don't know how into astrology in general anyone here is.
A little bit.
I don't understand it. I mean, I know what you're talking about, but it's not something that's in my head, no.
So in general, the age of Aquarius is thought as like an age of enlightenment. where new and forthcoming ideas make their way into the world, and it's almost like the 1800s, the Renaissance in a way is kind of how it would be thought of. People have been debating for a very, very, very long time about when the age of Aquarius is supposed to start. And you saying that all of these disciplines are coming to these similar conclusions at the same time, it makes me wonder if that has some credence, and maybe we're in or about to be in something like that. Maybe not necessarily the age of Aquarius, but some kind of like cosmological redshift, you know.
Like we're approaching McKenna's singularity. That we're approaching a peak of novelty. That the progress we're making is so exponential that all the discoveries we made in the past 200 years will be made in a single year.
Exactly.
Year after that, they'll be made in a single day.
Right.
And the year after that, a single minute.
Exactly. Could it be that the eclipse crossing point is the start of the age of Aquarius? Dun dun dun. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Rack. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was kind of going to agree with you. Yeah, I'm not deeply knowledgeable. I know what you're talking about. I've heard it before. It kind of goes back to, I remember watching, I forgot who it was now, because prior to the 2020 garbage, I remember watching a video on YouTube, I think it was, and this guy, this had to have been 2018, 2019, and I was casually listening to it on the way to work, and he was talking about the Great Awakening, and that it was about to happen.
That's a Kundalani stuff, yeah.
Okay. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then 2020 happened, and it sure seems like he was right.
Does seem that way.
Yeah, that's kind of been my feeling too. Like it seems like it seems like when we crossed that year, that something did happen that really. It's a confluence of all these different things coming together that it's just blowing up, you know. Mm-hmm. The knowledge is blowing up, many veils are being lifted, you know, I mean, just a small example, we know who the WEF is, but they've been around forever, but nobody ever talked about them, and now they're being talked about all the time.
All the time, yeah.
That's a big example.
You know, it's a big example. But they were founded, what, 1972? Their actual, I think 72, or about the year I was born, if I remember correctly. That year could be wrong. But so they've been around
70,
for a long time.
Yeah, you're right.
And they've been behind the scenes. Is it 72?
No, 71. I'm sorry.
71. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so super close.
And yeah, until 2019, 2020, who was talking about them? Nobody. But they were influencing all kinds of walks of life for decades. And boom, all of a sudden everybody's talking about it. And there's definitely a line that got crossed in that year. It seems like that. You want to call it a Great Awakening, or whatever it is, a singularity, I don't know, but something did happen that, so I'd agree that something is happening when it comes to knowledge and our understanding of our world around us, for sure.
Well, I think that's a pretty good place for us to leave it. Well said.
Yep. I feel like I think I hijacked your show here.
No, brother, that's what the show's for,
we actually
my man.
hope you call back on the second half so we can go over if we think that serial killer kids are possessed, or are they born this way, or whatever's wrong with them, and go over some of these cases that we found and some of the footage and how creepy it is.
Yeah,
sorry, I completely missed that.
No, it's okay. We're in the second half here, just so everybody's aware. We're going to go over some Bigfoot footage, and then Jacqueline's got some stuff about these killer kids that maybe they're possessed, maybe they're brainwashed, maybe it is a case of demonic possession, like we were talking about.
Oh, okay, cool.
So we're going to hit a break here. So we're gonna let you go. Feel free to call back in. Thank you for talking to us.
No doubt, we do appreciate it.
It makes our day.
Oh yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Hopefully
All
you
right.
call back.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
Have a good one, Rack.
Bye.
All right. So, like I said, we're gonna go to break. About 20 minutes. What do you say?
Do the
We'll try to be back within 20 minutes.
I'm gonna do the thing. The thing.
Oh, we're gonna do the thing. Ready for the thing?
Let's do it.
Should throw you guys a curveball and just put on the breaking news thing. Breaking news. Here's the thing.
Like, subscribe, and get notifications.
Yeah, if you can like and subscribe, really helps us out. We're kind of just getting started off here. Check us out, darkdial.com. You can find all of our links to all of our socials, including where we stream. And more importantly, we got a forum on there.
We do indeed.
We're getting fired up. Place to do some research. Non-judgmental place for us to talk about conspiracies, any sort of documents you have, anything fun. So, check
Unless
us out.
those documents are top secret, God, please don't. Please, I don't need to be the War Thunder forums. Don't post classified documents on our forums. Please,
Just
God.
email them to our personal accounts.
There you go.
If you can share this with friends, or if you know somebody who's like-minded who might like us, really helps us out. We're just getting some. What would you say?
I feel like we're
Getting
just
some
getting
momentum.
our like
Yeah.
groove
Yeah, we're getting our
on.
feet under us. So we'll be back with some Bigfoot stuff and killer conspiracy stuff for Friday the 13th.
Catch you then.
See you in a bit.
Welcome back to Dark Dial.
Happy Friday the
Oh!
13th.
I'm still eating a granola bar.
You'd be surprised, it actually fit in the VCR slot perfectly.
Yeah, I live off of protein bars back here.
We can't fit a T-bone through.
I've tried to get him to. He just refuses to even try.
They're tasty, okay? Don't blame me. Blame the steak.
At the time, they feed me reptile
Are you
flakes.
scared? Are you scared, George?
We keep them on the table for easy access.
You don't like the mask? Alright, the doggy doesn't like the mask.
He is back confused.
Yeah, it's freaking him out.
Back on Gizmo you go.
Look, mommy has it off. It's okay.
That call had us talking like all the way through break.
It really
Yeah.
did.
Oh, don't you bark at me.
Oh, he is so confused.
No, no, no.
Excuse me, sorry. Had to refuel.
No worries, I'm in the same boat.
I wasn't talking to you.
It's okay. I'm replying to you anyway.
Oh, there you go.
There's Georgie boy. Please like and subscribe. It helps us out. Tell your friends, share a video, go to duckdial.com, check out our forum, and find us every place we're at. X.
YouTube, TikTok,
The
all
Astral
of them.
Realm.
We're everywhere.
Vance has been doing some really cool work with shorts that we've been doing. And they're goofy little things, but he's got a heart for it, and it shows.
Well, what's funny is I was scrolling Facebook the other day and I stopped and I was like, oh man, this video is kind of cool, and I was going to tag you.
It's
And then
ours.
I realized it was our own video. I was
That's
like, all right,
funny.
well, that's cool. If it's getting my
Tactics
attention.
effective.
Right? Well, I hadn't seen it. You had sent it on the chat and I had not looked or whatever. And then I saw it on Facebook and I was like, oh. And then I was like, dang, that's ours. That's kind of cool.
It's kind of our attempt to reach out because, you know, during the live show, somebody's not necessarily going to click on our 4-hour video and replay. I mean, hopefully people do, but those shorts are a good way for us to try to reach out to find an audience.
Trying to hit all the avenues at once, you know?
You guys want to do the thing real quick?
The
I
thing.
know I played
Yes,
it already.
the
but
thing.
There's the thing.
Like, subscribe, and get notifications because we need you.
I missed it completely.
Oh, oops.
It's okay, I'm just
You
bad
lost your
at it.
chance. I'm not doing
Uh-oh.
it again. I refuse. I refuse.
We'll get it one day.
What the?
I like that the thing has literally been made a thing.
It's a thing.
It's a thing.
It is
okay?
the thing. But it's not the thing.
Honestly, if we were more active individually on socials, I'm gonna play it. I'll play the Sasquatch thing, just because this is awesome. I love this graphic.
Glad it came out well.
So it kind of works because big feet or Bigfoot or Sasquatches or
Sasquatchy.
Yeti are all known to throw rocks. If you're in the woods and you get a rock thrown at you, there's really nothing in the woods that can throw a rock. Oh! Something happened. Okay, so should we get into it?
Yeah.
So, just a kind of a cursory examination of this brand new Bigfoot footage. It came out of Colorado on the 8th, I believe, a few days ago.
Just a couple days ago.
Well, that's when it was shot. I think it's gone viral in the last couple of days because I literally had 3 people message me about it. People who know I'm into Bigfoot. All about it, you know. I want to make sure appropriate level here.
Appropriate jams.
These are appropriate jams.
Appropriate Jams is going to be the name of my next album.
It's like a very boring album.
Yeah.
It'll be appropriate.
Alright, this is what happens when we hit hour 3 of streaming. Let me pull some stuff up here.
Oh god, you just flashed
I
through
know,
the past
there's
4
so many
hours.
tabs. Some of this. The moon is shrinking.
The moon shrinking due to a race of headless men using plasma jets on its surface.
So next week we're gonna go do a bit of a deep dive into Sasquatch because it is the 55th, and if I did my math right, it's the 55th anniversary of the Patterson-Gimlin footage, which is the iconic Sasquatch footage.
You've all seen it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Whether you've seen it or not, whether you know you've seen it or not, you've probably seen it. I need to stop speech jamming myself. There we go. Now I can. Oh, it's so much better. So when when we were talking with Rec on the phone, that last caller, I mentioned that I get speech jammed during the calls, and that's because I have to listen to my own voice for him to hear my voice on the call. Because I'm usually listening to those two. Those two. You guys are those two.
We are those two.
And they, for the way the call works, I have to listen to myself because he basically hears what's in my headphones, or anybody who calls hears what's in my headphones. So I have to listen to myself. So on longer words, I mess them up. So, where should we start? Oh. There's gonna be so many ads. But we're gonna do it anyway. So this has been making its way around the internet, viral posts about the Sasquatch sighting in Colorado.
This is like 90s internet level of ads,
Yeah,
bro. Oh my
I know, I can't.
god.
Ridiculous.
And trying to manage it on a different screen is ungodly
insane.
difficult. And, like, every news site is like this. I tried like Fox News. I was using this is the Daily Mail, but the Bigfoot is spotted walking through the shrubs on rural Colorado mountain as astonished train passengers record latest sighting of a mythical beast. I think this couple was celebrating their anniversary, and they were on like a scenic train ride. Oh yeah, our jams are way too high. I just realized that.
I'm so sad though. I lived in Colorado over 8 years and I never got to see Bigfoot.
Okay, let's cut that again. Okay, so. Oh man, here comes Bigfoot again. Go away, Bigfoot. Viral internet video of Sasquatch in Colorado. This couple is apparently celebrating their anniversary, and they are on this like scenic train ride, which we'll get to. And they get this footage of an apparent Sasquatch or Bigfoot. I think everybody knows those are synonymous. From the train when they were looking for elk. Now, when I first saw this, what was my response to you, Chance?
Fake.
Oh
so
my
fake. So very, very fake.
I don't think I said it exactly like that.
No, those were the exact words you telepathically communicated to me. I was there.
And I mean, I'm a Bigfoot believer, but my initial impression was, yeah, okay. But looking into it a little deeper, I don't know. I'm not real sure. It's very interesting. So they were on the narrow gauge train ride from Durango to Silverton, Colorado. And it's a couple from Cheyenne, Wyoming. And they caught this footage.
He be squatting, man. He's tired.
It's interesting.
He blends in so
I mean, how would anybody have known that they were going to be on the train ready to film in this moment? So why would you know what I mean? Like,
well, if you're a local in the area, you may understand that this train comes through. Like it's a again, I'll open that site in a minute, but it's a pretty famous train that you can go on. It's a scenic thing. There's some YouTubers who are like travel rails and stuff, and this is something you might do just for fun. It's not a commuter train per se.
but somebody's just sitting out there in the desert waiting for it to go by.
That's what somebody would have had to have been doing. Now, this region is pretty mountainous, and again, we'll get to that. I'll pull up a map, and there's not an exact location that I could lock down on where this was actually filmed, just kind of a general area, because they were on their way from Durango back to Silverton, I think, on the train. And this thing pops out. Now, my initial impression was its hair looks too neat. Like, it looked like a very well-groomed Sasquatch. And when I said that to you, Chance, do you remember what your response was, or should I say it?
I believe I retorted that camera technology is...
No,
that wasn't
It was much funnier. You said, what do you got against metrosexual Sasquatches?
That is much funnier. I do remember saying that now.
So, yeah, my initial impression was any Sasquatch in the wild, you often hear people report the smell of it. Like, they'll smell it from a mile away because it's got matted, nasty hair. The thing probably doesn't comb itself. And there's a lot of light shining off of whatever this is that makes it look like the hair is shiny and neat, like you might see in a costume. But I am not sure.
It almost looks like the hair's rubbed off on the arm.
Now, I don't want to get too deep in this, but this is a synchronicity because I was diving deeper with Chance in preparation for next week's episode to celebrate the anniversary of the Patterson-Gimlin footage. I believe it's the 55th, that iconic Sasquatch footage. And these kind of images in terms of apes kidnapping women go back very far.
Very far.
So look out, Jacqueline. I'll protect you. And it kind of goes into a DNA study that I don't know how. If you look at the Melba Ketchum DNA study, you're welcome to check it out, but we're going to talk about it next week. There's some DNA evidence that this might be for a reason. So here's some more stills here. Now, allow me to pull up, I believe this is the origin of the video. I think this is the woman who shot it. I'm going to pull up their Facebook post here. Out of memory. Wow. I have a lot of tabs open. It takes a lot.
Alright, just squat it down.
Let's watch it from the beginning here. You guys ready? You got earphones in?
It's an elusive creature. Alright, just squat it down. Yeah, let me see your camera, I'll do it. It's an elusive creature. Alright, just squat it down.
Blends in well.
It does it not?
Let me see your camera, I'll do it.
Like it sees the train and goes, "Oh God, let me be a bush for a few minutes."
Mm-hmm.
And he blends right in. You barely see
It's
him.
an elusive creature. Alright, just...
So, they seem pretty casual. What do you guys think about their reaction?
It is casual, but in today's day and age, I feel like if aliens touched down on the front lawn right now, we'd walk out and be like, "You guys want a V8?"
I don't know. I feel like I would have been a little bit more excited. Like, oh my God, did you guys see this? Oh my, like a little bit more freaking out, but I'm also a weirdo.
No, I think that would be a natural reaction. I mean, maybe they think it's a joke.
Like they think it's part of it?
Yeah, is this something the rail company does? I mean, there's no evidence of that. I don't know. Did somebody know that this train's going to pass by and they're just... I mean, this train is for people viewing the landscape. So if it's passing by, you can be sure. If you wanted to fake something, conceivably, you would understand that you would be able to be seen by this train.
I do see where you're coming from there. But then why would you effort to make yourself invisible at a point while it passes?
Right. Wouldn't you be wanting to like make yourself more known if it was done on purpose?
Because you have no idea if someone on that train saw you or if they recorded you. Why would you not try to be as obtrusive as possible if you were going for something like this to make sure that evidence was captured?
Rex said he wishes people understood the video was meant to be watched horizontally, not vertically. I agree. I agree. It kind of hurts me to when we upload shorts and stuff, and that video is shot in like 9:16 aspect ratio, which is backwards from what you would watch on TV. In response to what you said, both of you said this, that, well, why is it trying to hide then? I mean, if you were trying to simulate what you thought was a living, breathing creature, maybe you would act like that creature. But there would have to be a level of thought that goes into that. And maybe that's putting too much, giving them too much credit. I don't know. A presumed hoaxer, anyway. Now, the other thing you said when we were watching it is, man, it really blends in.
Yeah.
Really blends in.
And that is something that you would also think would be indicative of a creature from the area, an elusive creature from the area, that it would be fairly well camouflaged, because look at how well camouflaged it is. Here it is.
You can barely
man.
see
I
it.
mean, and this is very much a wide shot, but
Yeah, I wouldn't think it more than a tuft of grass had I not known what was there. Would never have thought it more than a tuft of grass. I mean, we can probably go look at, like, famous nature photographs through the ages of photography, and there's probably hidden Bigfoot in the back of them. Looking at this, it makes me think that that is a legitimate possibility.
so, Marty, who calls in, had said something to the effect, I had mentioned finding modern Bigfoot footage recently, and he would, yeah, good luck with that. He kind of scoffed that off. And here's an example of one, obviously, but there are other examples of one. In diving into some research for next week's episode, we found some as well that I thought were pretty compelling. I'm sorry, I forgot how I was trying to respond to you there.
You're good.
So it's blending in very well. So that would be an indicator of maybe a living species, and it's trying to blend in. I no longer...
But Rec was also saying that if it was a hoax, maybe the actor would act that way, so then you do believe that it's real.
Right, and that's what we were saying, you know, if they were good at it anyway, if they were trying to be good at the hoax, you would assume that's...
It's an elusive creature.
Maybe it's a reverse
just squatted
hoax by the
down.
Bigfoot to discredit the fact that they actually exist. The Bigfoot is acting how it thinks a human dressed like a Bigfoot would act. It's like a reverse psyop from the Big Feet.
I don't know if I would expect that level, not that they're not intelligent, but that level of complexity to their... I don't think they understand us enough.
No, I'm with you.
That I believe this is the original post from Shannon Parker, who saw this thing. Now, I do have another video. Here's just another article about it. It's made the rounds, in other words. Yeah, I'd like to pull this one up because this is a pretty nice zoom in on it, just so you can get a real look.
Squatted down. It's an elusive creature. Alright, just squatted down. Yeah, let me see your camera, I'll do it.
Blends in very well.
Alright, just
If
squatted
it's a suit,
down.
it's a one-piece suit.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be a one-piece. I mean, I had a gorilla suit that was a one-piece suit.
Wreck, I never stop.
Alright, just squatted down. Yeah, let me see your camera, I'll do it.
Shoot this. Let it play for a minute. Now, again, they're being very casual. So my initial impression is there's too much glare off its hair. The fur to me looks too neat, and I would think it would have to be neat to get that level of glare off of it. Now, I could be wrong. This is in Colorado. The sun is shining, and maybe that would be indicative of the sunlight in the area. It looks like a desert, right?
Just the glare coming off of it because it's so bright, yeah.
What do you guys think
High
about
altitude Sasquatch.
What do you guys think about the shine? Is it too shiny?
So, shine in hair comes from oil. We'd have to assume that the hair would be covered in oil, being not washed, presumably, right? Now, the absence of mats brings in something into question there, because if there's no mats, it implies some type of grooming, which almost by its necessity would remove the oil out of the hair to some degree and make it less shiny. So it is a concerning point.
So the Florida name for Sasquatch is the skunk ape. That's like the Florida Bigfoot, right? And it comes from the idea that you could smell it. It smells terrible. People talk about rotten egg smell, even in the Pacific Northwest, when it comes to credible Bigfoot sightings, which would lead me to believe that the thing would be a matted, gross mess in terms of... Marty said, does it gotta go potty? I mean, maybe. It seems to be hiding. So the other point I'll make is some of the more credible Sasquatch films that I see, like the Patterson-Gimlin film, it looks like the creature has mass, and that's when it takes a step, you see its body, you see the recoil from its body weight on its own body, on its own muscles. And it looks like you can almost feel it take that step, like it's a very large creature. And this, to me, looks very loose, like its skin looks very loose. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, but the way it like crouches down, I would love to see you dressed up like in a suit like that and crouch that easily.
I think I could crouch. I mean, like if it's a loose enough suit, which it does, I don't know, it does appear to be, but again, that may just be the shine off of it because of the sun.
Well, I'm watching the walk, and I'm noticing a couple of things. The first to discredit of the video is the ape-like hand gestures that you see in a lot of other Bigfoot videos aren't being presented here, where the hands are splayed horizontally instead of almost slicing. You see it walking more akin in the arms to how a human walks. But the leg motion, I want to say, is reminiscent. It feels like I feel that same weight in these steps. I can see its upper body kind of shifting as it moves.
Yeah, gets that, as I put it, recoil from hitting the ground with a lot of weight.
You know, and I don't know if I see it as much, but I definitely see there's some kind of... The gait there is abnormal. The hand movement is more human-like than I think other videos show, but like the gait is abnormal.
I feel like we don't see much of its gait, and the gait that we do see, they're not large strides like sometimes you see reported from Sasquatch sightings where, it jumped a fence in a single bound or something like that.
It almost looks like it's tiptoeing.
It seems very casual. Sits down and try to squat and sit down like that.
I mean, I could squat and sit down. Not in the CRT, but...
I don't think I could. I think I would kind of roll backwards.
I'm kind of split on it because its arm length is interesting to me. It does look like it has fairly long arms. And at the end there, when it pops its head up, that is reminiscent of the Freeman footage, and it's reminiscent of the Patterson-Gimlin footage to me when it whips its neck around. And it does so in both films. Now, could that be faked? I'm sure it could, but it's interesting.
Is it just AI generated?
No, this isn't AI generated.
You can overlay you can infill into video now with AI.
I'm not saying it couldn't be faked, but there were other witnesses on the train. It wasn't just this couple. There was another person who they were talking to looking at it. I do find how casual they are suspect, but to be honest, I wouldn't accuse them of the hoax as much as maybe somebody, if it is hoax, that somebody in the area thought, hey, as you said, hey, you guys want to get on the internet? But I feel like as cameras get better, when we do get Sasquatch footage, it sometimes feels too good to be true, because we get less and less blob squatches that we've been used to, and it makes you want to discount the fact that it could be real, because like, well, it could be fake. Well, just because it could be fake doesn't mean it's not real. You know? I'm not seeing it do anything here particularly that I don't think a human could do, but its anatomy is what I'm trying to study. Where it's you can see where its elbow jointed. You know, you can't really see, is that its hands? Like you said, sometimes in like certain footage you can see the hands and how they move when it walks. Is that its hands, or does it just have long sleeves over its hands? I don't know. It's pretty hard to tell from this, and it blends in so well, and it's obviously at a distance. I don't think they had any sort of optical zoom, because they're probably shooting this clearly on a cell phone, given its aspect ratio. So the definition we have here, yeah, it's not amazing, but it's better than the stuff that was shot in the 90s on VHS tapes. Which, well, we'll get more into that. I don't want to spoil stuff we're going to talk about next week, but I do have some stills here too that I thought were interesting that show its face very well. Again, not the highest resolution. Now, could that be a, Party City Halloween costume or something? I suppose. But it has a pink face.
This picture's kind of freaky, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like it.
In terms of its color, the color of its hair and the color of its face, I mean, Sasquatches are reported with a wide range of different colors, which makes sense in any population, whether it be human or rabbits or whatever. They may adjust to their environment. And it really does blend in well. I gotta give it that. And that...
Well, it's got a high set nose too. You can see there's a small bit of darker pixelation where like its nostrils are gonna be there.
Now, I'll say if it is a costume, I think it's a pretty good one, at least from this vantage point. Here's another one. Oops.
Oh.
Yeah.
It doesn't even look like a Sasquatch or a person.
It's very interesting. I mean, it does appear to have kind of a conical head structure that's consistent among other reports.
Ooh, I convinced myself that it was a demon chihuahua, and I can't stop seeing that face as a demon chihuahua now. It's like a magic eye picture. I can't unsee it.
So again, without spoiling what we're going to talk about next week, I will go as far as to mention something like the Freeman footage. To me, I find very compelling because of the other physical evidence that went along with the tape. Yeah, you're seeing something on video that maybe could be faked, but you also have footprints that go along. And in this case, what I would love to see, if there's like a geotag on these videos or photos, or if they could track this back to where it was. If somebody could get out there, now the ground looks pretty hard, so I don't know if you'd have any luck, but if somebody might be able to find an impression of a footprint, that would make this that much more compelling,
After rewatching it, though, he walks in like squats, right?
Yeah.
If you look really closely, it almost appears that the legs cross, though, like Indian style.
I don't know.
And I'm rewatching it right now. And at first I was like, oh, he squats. He does. But then it looks like the legs come in front and he crisscrosses them.
Kind of close that one, but it's very hard to tell from this video, Again, you're dealing with a fraction of the pixels.
Look, Rek, I blame living in the South for 20 years, alright?
What's Demon Chihuahua? Demon
Chihuahua.
Chihuahua? I don't know. Talking about a Chihuahua?
Yeah, no, I was saying the picture, it looked like a demonic Chihuahua.
So I looked this up. This is the train they were on. I believe, it takes different routes, but I believe this was the route they were on. Silverton train. It's the Durango and Silverton Narrow Gauge Railroad and Museum. So, you know, you can take this train, see the scenic sights. Given what this is, like I said, maybe it's fertile grounds for hoax, but so this is the map in terms of where this area is. Now, what's highlighted here is actually the road. 550. But the rail track goes along it for a time. Let me see. This here is the rail track as it leaves Durango. So I was trying to see exactly where this might have been, and honestly, there's no telling. I couldn't find any specific coordinates or information other than they were heading back from Durango. And that train goes along the highway, but it does deviate from the highway. So, it makes me wonder how close to the highway was it actually? Yeah, they talk about going through the San Juan forest.
Link the Facebook post real quick. I'll see if I can pull GPS data off the pictures.
Sure.
Yeah.
Shoot, I closed it.
Oh, no worries.
Kind of hard to follow this rail. I couldn't get Google, but this is the rail right here. I couldn't get Google to highlight the rail for me. Even on like commuter. Not really a commuter train. Again, it's kind of a tourist thing. But at some point, this rail deviates to the east of the highway. And I'm wondering if that's where they saw it. And I'll show you in a moment, but the area that this goes through is very mountainous. It's not exactly the Pacific Northwest in terms of where you'd expect to find Bigfoot, but Bigfoot sightings are reported everywhere. And in terms of terrain, it certainly is something that you wouldn't necessarily be surprised to see a Bigfoot.
No doubt. Very mountainous.
So here it is to the west of the highway, but I think at some point it crosses this highway again. As I slowly track it here. Where along this rail... Sorry, it's very difficult to see if I zoom out at all. Where along this rail may they have had this sighting? Here it is now, and it'll curve west and go kind of into that San Juan Reserve. That's all this green being indicated.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now, here we are with it deviated pretty far from the highway. So these are areas that, you would expect probably not a lot of people around. Give you some... Trying to lose it here. In terms of the distance, that is about halfway through. San Juan National Forest.
I'd take a guess that's the track they're sitting on, no doubt.
And now I lost the train again, but here we go. Yeah, it seems to be following the river, which makes sense. This is the low point. I believe this is the track they're taking. Let's throw on terrain. Very mountainous. That tells the story right there. I mean, it's Colorado, so you kind of expect it.
Mm.
And very high altitude. But, I mean, plenty of places in here for something to hide and eke out a living biologically.
And I have to imagine it's very undisturbed. There's probably only a handful of hikers that end up there, you know what I mean?
Well, so here is Needleton Flag Stop hiking area. I think what here is rail, but my guess is there's probably some hiking paths that go along that. But all of that is essentially in the canyon next to the river. Let's go to some satellite imagery. So, I mean, from a biological perspective, is this a interesting Chicago basin? Why it's called that. From a biological perspective, is this an area that you think Sasquatch could eke out in existence?
I think so.
I mean, it's pretty remote. If you were very good at being elusive, I think you're in small numbers, or maybe you're just passing through this area. But it really did blend in very well.
Like, too well for me to think it was a costume, honestly.
Well, if you wanted to be seen in a Sasquatch outfit, you might not want to blend in with the background, you know? I mean, maybe that's all they had at Halloween. What's the Halloween store that always
Party
is like...
City?
No, just Party City, but
Spirit
Halloween.
Halloween.
Spirit Halloween or Halloween Express. Yeah. So just to get us familiar with the terrain, that's what we're looking at. Can't really tell you exactly where along it was. If we find that out, we'll definitely update it.
Yeah, I'm
Bigfoot
doing
episode.
some work right now trying to...
I don't want to bore everyone to death because I feel like I'm lagging here, but I did pull up this. This is BFRO, the Bigfoot Field Research Organization. They accumulate Sasquatch sightings across the country and Canada. Now, I kind of question this organization. It was founded by Matt Moneymaker. Without going into it, he's now on Finding Bigfoot on Discovery Channel, but they're kind of an entity to themselves as well. And there are plenty of sightings in Colorado. They've got 130 listings. I don't know how active they are anymore in terms of collecting reports. I checked out their Facebook and Twitter, and they seem to kind of take a nosedive in terms of posts a couple of years ago. But nevertheless, it is not as though Sasquatch sightings are wholly unknown to Colorado. I wonder what county that was in. Do you know?
No.
Yeah, let me look it up real quick. La Plata County?
It looks like places are smarter than they used to be, and everywhere I can find those pictures, the EXIF has been scrubbed.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. As it copies, gonna lose that.
You said La Plata?
La Plata.
Says
or
there
La
was
Plata.
one in 2008.
Yeah, there's one here, but I don't think that encompasses all the way up. Like, there's various counties that train goes through. I don't know which ones are which. Here's the video.
The legs move right there and almost crosses.
Speak a little louder.
It almost looks like he's crossing his legs. Like when he finally sits, the legs move again, and it looks like he crossed them.
His
And
big feet need a big rest.
This is not the zoomed in video, but
Oh my god.
Now do you see it?
does it?
He squats, but then it looks like a leg comes around and a leg comes around.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
Maybe. I can't say I've ever heard a report of a Sasquatch crossing their legs either, so.
Just watch closely, like sits, front leg moves, second front leg moves.
And he's like, you can see him leaning side to
Yeah.
side as he does it too.
I don't know, it seems to have very long arms. I don't know if that's the arms that we see going over the legs or if
I've
it's
seen
the
people
legs
with really
crossing.
long arms.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that people don't have long arms. I'm just saying, are we seeing the legs cross or are we seeing its arms go over?
Like over?
legs?
Yeah, I can't
Like
tell.
it's putting it on the knees and it's putting its arms like this? Because like that would be a very good camouflage technique to have your your knees
Yeah.
up, your arms, and then you put your head down, which is exactly what it seems to do.
Yeah, I could be wrong. Maybe that is the arms going up.
Well, it's also new that the jury's still out on it, but it is nevertheless an interesting case,
Very.
and it is cool to see new, fairly high definition Sasquatch footage. Should we open up calls briefly?
Yeah.
Just in case somebody wants to call about Sasquatch. We're gonna do one more segment, so I don't want to be on the phone for too long. But let's open. Run to the bathroom.
Goodbye.
To pee.
Go powder your nose.
I'll go powder my nose. That sounds too suspicious. I'm not doing drugs in the bathroom. Go ahead and give us a call. 857-32-D-dial, 857-323-3425 if you want. We'll leave the phones open for 10 minutes or something if somebody wants to call.
Into the TV.
Okay.
And then we'll move into the next segment. I'll be right back. Have the calm.
The calm.
Or the on or the calm? How's that phrase go?
Phrase you're talking about.
It's like a ship thing. Now I gotta Google it.
I don't know no boats, man. Ask me to name a boat, I can't.
You have the con. The nautical thing.
Interesting.
Star Trek.
Huh.
I don't know. I keep watching this footage and it looks more like.
What to make of it? I don't know what to make of it. Because it could really just be like some guy went on Amazon, paid a couple $100, got a decent suit, and went out and stood there on a train like, watch this, guys, I'm gonna be famous. But also,
It makes me wonder how many other little bushes out there are actually Sasquatches.
You walk
They all
into the
stand up.
mountains, You're walking up the hill, and you're like, oh, this is such a nice day.
Oh shit.
Hey. Oh no.
Be questioning every darker bush I see from now on. Is that it? Sitting down? I don't know. I can't
Go
tell.
poke the bush. Oh my god.
I don't know what to believe on it. I also don't know and can't comprehend somebody just sitting there for hours at a time waiting to be seen.
Oh my god, especially in a suit that thick and that kind of
Right.
weather. Oh, you're asking to actually melt.
Obviously, looking back at the train, I would say he was saying, has anyone done stabilized version of the footage? I don't think anybody has yet. 'Cause
I
it's
don't
still so
think
new.
I've seen it, no. I haven't seen stabilized anything. Yeah, that would be an interesting one to see because our stabilization techniques are definitely a lot better than they used to be. I mean, we've got like one-click programs that can do that. That might be something that I can get a facsimile of while we're chilling. See, if I find anything that does it.
I do feel like if we could just get it a little more, a little more clear, we could see more.
Oh man.
All better?
I might have fried a capacitor in the back of the PRT's control board.
That's okay. I'll call the repair guy out next week. You like Dale, right?
That guy doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know a cathode ray from a LCD.
Yeah, but he makes a mean
Panel.
lasagna.
What are you calling Garfield out to fix the television?
Maybe I am.
Give us a ring, 857-32-D-dial. Yeah, I don't think there's any stabilized footage yet. It's very fresh.
No, it's very fresh. I might be able to get some shortly.
You're gonna try to make one?
Yeah, I might be able to. I found a web app for it. Give me like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Find a way to download the video.
I have to remind myself over and over in today's age, just because a video can be faked, that doesn't mean it's fake. I don't know how I feel about that one. Like I said, I would like some supporting evidence. If somebody got out there to get a footprint or... I don't know. It's compelling. And it's just cool to see. it behaves like something you would think is living there.
Hmm.
And I would be curious to see how remote was this area? Was this next to the highway north of Durango?
Mm-hmm.
Or was this way out
Deep
in the mountains? Yeah. If it's really deep in the mountains, I mean, you would have to be really, how dedicated of a hoaxer do you need to be, is what I'm getting at.
That's a lot of fur to be standing in the desert with for
Right.
an extended amount of time.
But it might not be that hot up there. I don't know. I don't know what it's high elevation, so I assume the climate this time of year is probably pretty cool. It almost looked like there was patches of snow, but I don't know. Case either. That wouldn't be.
It's looking like they're rocks. I think I see what you're talking about. They're
Hey,
like
I think
white
we
rocks.
lost our jam.
Rec wants to stabilize it too.
Or I lost the jam.
Let's fix that. I'm getting sick of these jams. We've had these same jams a lot, and we had put together a playlist. But it's kind of too short. Find something else. I don't know if now's the time to stabilize it, Chance.
Well, he says, like, if a person knew the schedule of the train, they could time it. And I've thought about that too, but it's like, why would you do that?
I got a 5-second clip of it semi-stabilized in the video folder.
Okay. Check it out.
Place folder. It's not super crazy. Just whatever this web app did as a preview, but yeah, I might work with that a little later this weekend, see what I can do.
It does not want to open. Come on. Come on.
Oh no. Well, I'll tell you, it did come from the sketchiest website I've ever seen.
Happening.
Rec, let me send you the link that I used. I see you saying if you had a link there. This is the video that I was using. Go ahead. If it don't work, it don't work. Don't break nothing.
Yeah, I don't know what's trying to open. DLC is not. What have we done?
I don't know, and I'm scared.
Did you just send me a virus?
Might have just like given us all remote access toolkits.
Stuxnet Plus now.
Awesome. I'm glad you got that wreck. Yeah, if you get a chance to get that stabilized, that would be phenomenal. It's something I have not done before, so I would be learning how to do it, which doesn't always produce the best results.
We just froze Explorer.
Just don't click anything ever again.
Yeah, literally.
Oh.
That was me. That was me.
Dude, oh my god. I thought I was about to see a shutdown screen.
I don't like this.
I'll delete it out of the folder.
I don't yet. I don't know.
We've encountered moderate technical difficulties. We
Yeah.
do appreciate your patience and apologize for any inconvenience it may cause. Whatever graph that was, it scared me.
That was scary.
Oh, dude, it was like clipping the red wire versus the green, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I just restarted Explorer. We seem like we're okay, but
I was holding my breath as you did that. I saw you hovering.
That was scary. I'm not gonna click on that again because I
No,
don't know
no,
what
I'm gonna
just
go ahead and
happened.
delete it. Just whatever that curse is.
Yeah, that was.
God. I used to have Premiere Rec. Creative Cloud, its pricing structure and me don't get along anymore. I unfortunately had to get rid of Premiere, but good software, man. Good software. Good choice.
I don't think it's unfortunate. Resolve's really good.
Mm.
I've been messing around with some open source solutions lately. What Kden Live?
Kden.
I don't know how you feel about Kden Live, but honestly, you're probably the person to talk to about.
Mm.
That was scary. I'm like legitimately scared looking at this is now. Okay. Well, should we move on? All right, we'll put a countdown timer on it. What?
Yeah.
You want to call 857-32 dial, give us a ring. We're gonna open up phone calls again after the next segment. But if you do want to call to us now, especially about Bigfoot or cryptids or something, now's a good time to have that combo.
Cell phone, home phone, banana phone, pondering the orb. You can get in touch with us any way you want.
Banana phone, crystal
I'm
balls.
gonna use my hamburger phone.
Hamburger phone. Yeah, we talked about getting like a novelty phone for the show to take calls and stuff. It wouldn't really technically work for us though.
No, unfortunately. I still think it would be a fun prop. I haven't even thought about that in a while, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, maybe we'll do something like that at some point.
Because look, hear me out. Even if it's on
I guess
the table.
I'll hear you out.
Huh?
I said, okay, I guess I'll hear you out.
Even if it's on the table and we're listening through the headphones, right? We can still pick it up and put it up to our headphones like we're talking on it.
Oh, yeah.
That's, I don't know. Yeah, I'm loving seeing Sasquatch videos. Send me more, you know? Real or fake? I mean, the fake ones are pretty easy to call. We were watching one the other day, again, in prep for next episode, so if you like Bigfoot, next week is the time for sure. We're going to dig into it. But we were watching one, and it's like, there was an obvious angle to where a top part of a suit would meet the bottom part of a suit, like when your shirt sticks out a little bit, and it almost hits like a 90-degree angle. And we're like, that's not a Sasquatch ass. That is not.
Sasquatch.
They have massive glutes, and I know it.
Man, they thick with 4.5 C's.
How do you do half a C?
It's like a...
What?
It's like a... You don't get the part of it, you just get the... It's like a whole C is like... Right? So it's like you get the... But not the... Right? Like...
Hey, you guys want to do the thing real quick?
The thing.
The thing?
All right, we'll do the thing. We did a segment. We're worthy of doing this.
The thing.
Where?
The thing.
Oh no.
The
Oh no.
thing. The thing.
There it
The
is.
thing.
There you go. Like, subscribe, and get notifications.
Please like and subscribe us, especially you folks watching on Rumble right now. We're really glad to have you watch, but we
Super
could really
appreciate it.
use for you to follow us. That would help us out.
Yes, please follow. I'm excited. Rumble's working tonight. Seems to be doing really well.
We got one of their good slots.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys saw, but on Rumble, Rick was talking about that he carries a 4K DSLR with him when he's hiking,
Okay.
and of course he's never seen a Bigfoot. But I hope you do. If
That
you
would
do,
be amazing.
please let us know. We'll help you get that out there.
110%. And God, it makes me want to start carrying my camera out and about more again.
I would be so excited. And I have a Bigfoot adjacent story. I gotta save it for next week. I can't do it. I'll just say I had some access to some footage at some point, and it was I was in a quandary.
Exciting.
All right, so let's go into
The next topic.
our next topic. Do you want to introduce this a little bit?
Yeah. So basically, I've been watching these clips, or it's a whole show on YouTube. I don't know. Do you want me to say the channel?
Oh, I mean, we're gonna show it.
Yeah.
We'll give credit where credit
So
is due.
it's
here.
called Explore With Us, and
It's kind of weird AI.
Yeah.
Like it's somewhat cheaply made, but somebody put effort into it at the same time.
it shows a lot of actual footage, and there's like a bajillion cases on there, and I've been streaming them over and over again, different ones. But there was like 2 in particular that stood out, and they were kids. And they were kids that ended up killing with 0 emotion and no particular reason. I mean, these are people with very high IQs, great grades, potential for a really good life ahead of them, and they just snapped. And so my fascination began thinking like, okay, well, are they possessed? Is this something that they're born with and it just comes out at one time or another? Or is it a mental health crisis? They need to just get put in a hospital, something's wrong? But a lot of times, even especially with this first case, he goes on, he's in jail over 15 years, and they ask him again, like, do you feel like if you were let out, this could happen again? And he says yes.
Well, he's concerned that it could.
Yeah.
But it's almost like he had an out-of-body experience when it comes. We'll start playing some of it here.
Well, his name is Sonny Kim, and he was prosecuted for killing his sister. And so in the first few clips that I did was like the first minute and 38 seconds. It's the crime scene. It kind of tells you what's going on. It's the 911 call. But throughout that, I marked some different things that stood out to me during like the parent interviews and how the mom describes the son eyes. So when you play some of the videos, you'll kind of see what I've been seeing.
So you want to watch the first minute?
It's like a
Seconds or
minute,
so?
38 seconds. It kind of describes like the 911 call.
Okay, let's do that.
Hurry, please. Hurry.
Is anyone upstairs? Where's the gun?
Sonny, don't do it. Sonny, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, Sonny. I'm not trying to hurt you, son. Don't do it.
As far as humans act in weird ways, and me being human, I'm struggling with the same thing. Still, humans didn't act very smart.
Caller. My ambulance is already on the way. Okay? They are already coming. I need you to take a breath so I can tell you what to do to help, okay? All right. I need to
move the gun. What do I need to do? Call me,
do not touch anything else other than what I am telling you to touch. Somebody needs to open the door. I have units on
It's
the
our
scene.
1911 though.
Come again.
Mm-hmm.
Please. No.
A Ruger, right?
Uh-huh.
Hang on.
Somebody go unlock the door.
The 911 call you just heard was placed by James Allen Brazell just 6 days before Christmas in 2016 when he heard gunshots coming from somewhere in his family home. Allen raced through the house to find his stepdaughter Ashley and her 16-year-old brother Sonny standing over her with a gun in hand. His wife Nicole screaming in the background, Allen frantically called for help. As haunting as the 911 call was, the interrogation would turn out to be even more chilling. 16-year-old Sonny proves to be one of the most stoic and emotionless suspects we've ever seen. It's hard to reconcile how someone like Sonny, with an IQ of 155 to 160, described as highly to exceptionally intelligent, has landed in this seat.
So again, they describe he has a very high intelligence. But in the first little clip, in the first few seconds that they show him, he's talking about humans as if he is not a human.
Yeah, that's funky.
Wait, he does reference in that interview or interrogation, and me being a human, I'm fallible too.
Mm-hmm.
He does say that. Again, what's interesting about this is he had no warning signs. Had a good life, loving parents, and the sister that he killed he had no beef with. He loved and still loves and talks about that. And he didn't really have like potential or any diagnosed mental health issues prior to this, as far as we're aware of. they did say that he was potentially autistic or on the spectrum, but that was after the fact. And again, just as we watch here, you'll see he doesn't understand why he did what he did. He just, they diagnose it as a dissociative episode, like he was like having an out of body experience and just did a thing, just did this, and it was, and I mean, these parents are amazing.
Well, in the next clip, you're going to hear from his mom and stepdad talking about what they saw the night it happened and what his voice sounded like.
It's become dark black, and the voice that comes out of the mouth says, because I'm literally hysterical at this point, I'm screaming, "What happened? Ashley, answer me," because there is no, I mean, you would think if a whole clip, right, there would be blood, right? There's none. I'm screaming, "What happened? What happened? What happened?" I hear the most darkest, deep voice say, "She can't talk to you. She's dead."
When police finally...
That was a clip that just, I mean, even now, the hair on my arms raise. Like, what, was he possessed?
Well, it sounds like something out of a horror movie. And they, this video, and nobody says that, was he possessed, or... it's not like that can be a medical diagnosis, or that can be submitted in court.
It has been submitted in court, though. There's precedents, not precedents for it winning in court, but that has been submission and evidence in court cases before. That this has been tried, like demonic influence has been tried. It typically gets ruled insanity.
Yeah.
And that's typically what the plea, like, they go for with that kind of thing is, but...
It's weird. So this next clip that you're going to see is right after they left him in the interrogation room. For just a few minutes, he's left by himself. So they want to see what he's going to do, kind of go through it. Well, he works at a computer store. He knows about computers, things like that. He fixes them.
He works for like a geek squad, is
right.
what it sounds like.
But these next couple seconds in the clip don't even make sense. They're not comprehensible.
Yeah, I mean, like, even if you know about computers, and a lot of our watchers do. I mean, like, you can tell he's like acting out like an interaction with a customer or a client, but it's gibberish. It's technical gibberish.
But it's almost as if he's hallucinating and talking to someone else.
Yeah. Here we go.
Delirium?
It was supposed to be, I think it's material, so it's supposed to be $500 for their R7, whatever. Match speed of 600K.
Hey, Christopher. Hey, my name's Josh. Call me Josh. I'm an investigator with Columbia County. How you doing, man? Okay.
In Georgia, a minor may be taken...
Yeah, you can pause there. But that was just some of what was happening when he's completely alone.
And that's just a brief minute of it. At some point, he's talking about DDR RAM, DDR3, DDR4, but he's like DDL, and it's exponentially, and results of that, and like it doesn't make sense.
It sounds like delirium.
Yeah, it's...
Well, so in this next clip, it's at 11 minutes and 18 seconds or so. They ask him to describe himself in the best way that he knows how. And the way he describes himself is almost robotic. He talks as if he is not himself.
Here you go.
Old male.
Stating that he's 16 years old male is a highly atypical manner of speech.
That's it.
Yeah, well, I feel like
he's talking in the third person.
You're describing yourself, you'd be like, okay, well, I like to do this, or this is who I am, blah, blah, blah. He just describes himself as 16-year-old male. It's strange. It's odd. At 14 minutes in, you start hearing him talk about how he started to do the murder that night.
This isn't 14 minutes into the interrogation.
No, it's 14 minutes
just 14
into
minutes
the clip.
in the video we're watching. Apparently 9 minutes.
First magazine was the one with the extended grip, 8 rounds in it. Well, there was 7 rounds in it and one in the chamber, and then the second mag in my left pocket. This one here was 7 rounds in it.
In your left pocket?
Yes.
Front pocket or back pocket?
Front pocket, but I also had a pair of gloves on. Yes, a pair of work gloves-ish. Velcro here-ish and here.
Sonny is clearly a
You can stop
detail-oriented.
it there. But you can hear how he describes in detail how he set it up, but it's, again, very robotic. No feeling underneath. You know, there's no, like, emotion there. There's nothing. And then at 14 minutes, you hear him
After that,
kind
I
of
walked
describe
out
what
to
he
the
did.
living room, and I turned left. I saw my sister, and I put about 8 rounds into her chest from here, torso.
Sonny's.
But again, he says, I turned left. Like, he's giving directions to something. He's not describing something the way I would have described, you know, a crime scene or this and that.
like
I turned the corner
algorithmic.
and I turned left and then I went right. And it's very strange. So
It's
then
not I
got
walked down the hall like
right.
to the bathroom, or I went into my living room. It's like
I turned left, then I turned right. This is what happened.
it's like he's a Roomba, you
Right.
know?
So at 16 minutes.
Well, it's almost
or-
like there was directions. It's
Right.
okay. I got the timestamp, so you don't have to
Okay,
say
good,
that.
good.
But it's almost like if you had somebody else driving your body
Mhm.
and it was giving you a set of instructions, that's what he's repeating back to the police. You know, I turned left, I did this, I did that. And it's detailed and robotic and without emotion.
This one, he starts describing in detail kind of what he did to his sister.
On the ground. Maybe about 10 to 20 seconds after he'd started calling, he walked away, and I went for the gun and grabbed the extra magazine from my pocket. However, I'm not very skilled in firearms, so I didn't load the magazine correctly and wasn't able to chamber a round. Attempted to shoot my father once, and then I feigned putting the gun down and then tried to shoot him again. Not very good at firearms, so I wasn't able to kill him. But after that, yes, just took the gun away from me. I sat back down on the couch, waited for them to arrive, basically the whole process.
So what he's describing there is he attempted to kill his father, but had emptied or loaded an empty magazine firearm.
Which was just a lucky coincidence. So basically, he had the one that killed his sister, the 8 rounds that killed his sister. He had that, and he had the other one in his pocket. Well, when he was in the confusion, he had already dropped the gun. He was trying to load it again. He loaded the same one again. So when he put the gun to his stepdad's chest,
No more bullets.
nothing. He would have been dead. I mean, had he loaded the right one, he would have been dead.
So here he talks about his relationship to his sister, who he's just murdered.
References his sister's body instead of calling her by name. Again, at this point in time, Sonny doesn't know whether she's dead or alive. He also openly admits to trying to shoot his father twice. He could have taken the opportunity to claim he had a change of heart in an effort to potentially look better, but instead admits that he wanted to and would have shot his father if the gun had not stopped working. Unfortunately, there's no other information about why exactly the gun stopped working. Chillingly, he shows absolutely no remorse and continues to sound cold, detached, flat, and methodical. He might as well be describing how to put a computer together piece by piece.
I mean, it's like he had something come over him that just, it doesn't make sense.
It's almost like he's not there now.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and they say, we're going to come upon that later here in a minute, how until 3 or 4 months after the murder, he still to this day cannot comprehend what he actually, he said it feels like a different person did it. He was watching from the outside. So it's interesting to me, was he watching from the outside, or is he really just a horrible person that knew exactly what he was doing and did it?
So this is him just babbling about humans.
Weird ways, and me being human, I'm susceptible to the same thing. And that's why I wore the gloves, is because I figured my hands would get sweaty being humans. Nervousness and such, so I wore them so, I would be able to maintain my grip on the weapon and such. However, still, humans didn't act very smart in a way. Basically, unloaded all around. I meant to only put 1 or 2 in there, but I don't know. I'd never shot someone before, so they seemed like blanks. I mean, basically nothing. There wasn't any discernible impact or anything. So I suppose I just kept on shooting.
It was, again, very matter of fact. I just kept on shooting. This is a kid that's never shown any issues before.
Relationship with his mother and sister.
My biological father left the country.
Before we get into this, I mean, this is the heartbreaking talks about his family, because it's like he didn't have any reason to, and he doesn't know.
We went to Seoul, Korea, and my mother kept us afloat tooth and nail, and she fought for us. Prior to my incarceration, I was actively working at Computer Exchange and taking.
For the record here, he's talking in an interview from prison.
Classes at GMC, and I was, I suppose, living a good life. I was always provided for. I was always taken care of, and I had loving parents every step of the way. And she got us out of debt. Eventually, we were, a stable household. She met Alan, and he's a great guy. So I have had a really wonderful set of parents that I don't think I could have asked for. I owe everything to them. Pretty much everything good in my life that they've been responsible for in some way, shape, or form. Ashley was the bigger sister. She had the kindest heart out of all of us. Ashley got a lot of our kindness. I'm not sure what I got. I lean on her a lot for a lot of things. She was, between her and my mother, they were the only 2 stable things that I really had in my life. Ashley was someone you could always come to, and she was always put together. I could always trust her judgment. I suppose I get my morals from her. She had a real heart for people. I love that about her.
He was her favorite.
Well, this is his parents talking, I guess.
Out of everybody, and she was his favorite. They had the most in common. They were both very smart, very high IQs.
Yet Sonny manages to erase.
Yeah, that's rough.
If you go to when he says, what made him want to kill? And he answers, there really wasn't any motivation. He just does. That's the part that also gave me the heebie-jeebies.
It's almost like he was possessed and is now just describing what he saw. He's speaking like the lights are on, but nobody's home.
I suppose I just saw her and I didn't recognize her as a son, but shot the first person I saw, I suppose. Not a reaction. Obviously, I actually did not the way I intended to, as I didn't make enough room or take into account, the way humans act. Right. Being mainly me as far as humans go. Yeah. So
trying so hard to convince this cop he's a human.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally talks about humans as if he is not one.
I mean, it's like, it's almost I might get stricken down for saying something like this. It's almost like a parody.
Yeah.
It's almost like you're watching a parody of what would happen if a demon possessed someone, killed someone, and got arrested. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and I don't even think it's the demon talking now, because he does say things like, I recognize that I'm a human, but he's saying it from such a distance.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe, what if it's like trying to convince, the demon's a little nervous on his first murder. He got the word vomit. He got the word spaghetti.
So here he speaks about the motive.
What were you thinking about? What made you want to kill your sister and your parents tonight? What's been going on?
It's been pretty good, actually. I've got a job, had classes, it's going pretty well. Nothing really is bad been happening to me.
Nothing
pretty good though.
Nothing bad, you just wanted to do it?
Not even wanted, I just did.
Not even wanted, I just did. Those are creepy words.
Those are very creepy words. He can't explain at all why this happened.
Not even what I wanted, I just did.
And he's not even able to, it seems, elucidate that he can't explain it. You know what I mean?
He doesn't understand why he can't explain it, and here's some more of that.
Your mother and father.
there wasn't really any motivation for it. Actually, one thing, oh yeah, no, never mind. I told you about trying to shoot my father and then failing and then trying again. Never mind. But as far as motivation for killing my parents, none really existed. My father did a lot of the chores. My mother worked quite hard at her job. Father assisted. My mother at her job. I mean, we all had a relatively good life. That's right.
Did you get a sense of satisfaction when this was going on?
No, I didn't really feel anything.
And your mother was tending to your sister's wounds, like you said.
No sense of satisfaction.
Most killers, when you watch these things, you know, they got a thrill from the kill or, you know, the assault of whatever, you know,
There's a
they had
gratification.
something behind it that pushed them, you know, to keep doing it or to do it in general, motivation, something. There's nothing.
Here's about what he felt during it.
It just sort of happened.
Do you have any idea why it just happened?
Not really.
Sonny's answer of no.
Again, just the not really. He has no idea.
Speaking about how spontaneous it was.
Tonight was, I suppose it was a bit spontaneous. Yeah, I thought it was 6 days to Christmas or something like that. But my mother would come in and, you know, have wrapped the gun the next day or something along those lines. So I figured the likelihood of her wrapping the gun the next day is fairly high. So.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense. What he says here, it doesn't matter because it doesn't make sense as to why he chose that moment.
Well, Andy, there was other loaded guns in the house. None of that
He had
actually...
been around firearms his entire life. His father hunts. They had guns around the house.
And it's interesting, he says he doesn't have any experience with firearms. He doesn't know anything about them.
Yeah, when that's not necessarily the truth.
Last couple minutes.
It was sort of impulsive and not really something I considered before.
Here, Sonny
So Rex said an interesting comment. He said he speaks a lot like Elon Musk, sort of autistic. That was the very first comment that I made while watching this for the very first time. I looked at Gavin and I was like, he comes off as autistic, maybe Asperger's or something.
Yeah, they say at the end that he was diagnosed somewhere on the spectrum.
Yes. But I definitely picked up on that too.
Talking about the kill, I guess?
In my bedroom, I walked out. And I suppose at that point, I don't know what I was thinking, but suppose I just shot it. I don't really have much of an explanation.
Don't really have much of an...
I don't know.
Is it shock?
Yeah, like, is he in shock? Is that why he's not able to... I don't know. It doesn't seem like a person in shock.
Let's go a little further here.
Okay. What emotions were running through you when this was going on?
Not much.
Were you happy? Were you sad? Or did you care?
Kind of stood there, I suppose.
Okay.
The stuttering and stumbling over emotional words is likely a sign of anxiety, so he retreats back into the world of dissociated details.
Yes, I was certainly going to be apprehended by the authorities.
Okay. But you still went through with it anyways?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. Either it was out of curiosity, boredom, or something else.
Chillingly, curiosity.
So he's trying to explain his actions.
Yeah.
Here. And he seems to not, like, he's guessing. He's guessing as to what
he doesn't know.
No.
Curiosity or boredom could have very well been the case, as Sonny admits. Although he seems to lack empathy, there's a degree of self-awareness here. When a person lacks empathy, there is little to no attention placed on how another person would feel.
He seems to lack empathy in this
is
moment, but
critical
any other
because it
time
is, in
you see
large
him, he
part,
understands
what directs
how to
moral
empathize.
decision-making.
Yeah.
He's not a
Someone like
sociopath.
Sonny may just act on impulse or out of sheer curiosity or boredom. Sonny identifies over and over that he doesn't understand why he did this.
It's just sort of happened. I don't really it's either I don't remember, or I'm suppressing memory, or there is no reason. Leaning towards this, there's not really much of a reason. So like,
I'm leaning towards there's no reason.
But it makes you wonder, are people Do they just have this evil inside of them? It's just building up and it's been there. Or did something go in him to make this happen?
I don't think he's evil. I think this was an evil action.
Right.
But we'll get into that, as we spin some conjecture after this.
The next one, they leave him in the room again, and this is what happens.
Okay, yeah. So this is more of the technobabble. Again, this is an intelligent individual who should understand technology, and if you know what he's talking about, it's like the best I could put it is, and I've worked this kind of a job, in terms of consumer level technical support, and it's like as though he's dreaming it. Like this is how it would make sense in a dream. Like, yeah, DDR3 memory is, it's all just interwoven, and that's what's happening here.
Oh god.
After the officer leaves, Sonny immediately goes back to talking to himself.
Well, no, see, the 1060 would be... Oh, no, yeah, we moved on from GPUs. It was, what was it? Enzo. No, not Enzo. Ryzen, that's what it's called. AMD's new AM4, DDR4, etc. architecture.
Exceptional architecture.
Yeah,
Not Intel Verizon.
I can't remember what it was. It was like...
It's like when you're in a dream and you can't grab onto that level of detail. Like when you're trying to read your watch.
But it's almost like he feels like he's having a conversation.
It only
with him.
takes 3 minutes for the officer to return and tell Sonny what charges he will officially be facing.
There's a point in here where I believe he learns his sister's dead. Like
Yeah.
he didn't know it after the crime.
He didn't know if she had actually passed at the time. Unfortunately, she died on scene before.
By the way, if you do want to watch this whole video, again, it's the day Sonny snapped on Explore With Us. But these parents are amazing parents. They lost their daughter and they love their son. I find it very what the mother says in terms of him looking evil. Son, like just the complete change. But okay, so here we go.
Sonny simply checks his watch and goes back to talking with himself. It was determined that Ashley's lungs had filled with blood, and she'd perished However, her injured help had of one child at the hands of another. Sonny remains unbothered as ever. After learning of his sister's demise, Sonny simply checks his watch and goes back to talking with himself.
I don't understand how he learned that. Like, I don't know if they're making that jump there because he's alone in the room. How would he have just learned it in that moment?
Yeah, you don't actually see the detective like stepping back in to say anything.
That doesn't make sense to me. I feel like they're making assumptions.
This is when they come in, they tell him what he's going to be charged with.
And then attempt to kill his stepfather, Alan.
So yeah, she
him
was
talking about his family and
my moral compass and my
this is again him from prison.
Big sister, all of that.
Experts could not come up with a full explanation for his actions, but they did develop a theory. It was possible that Sonny's abrupt, out-of-character violence was possibly caused by a psychotic episode.
He didn't realize for a long time. It was probably 8 months maybe before he even realized it. Most people will not like my answer, but the Sonny that night when this happened was my son's body, but it was not his spirit.
It was my son's body, but not his spirit.
Sonny was not there. Was there ever any kind of emotion on his face?
Not for a year and a half.
And it was bad enough that
from his
he
parents.
basically, while he was in juvenile hall, awaiting trial, he had no taste. Everything tasted like burning plastic.
He had a psychological snap. Something happened. They explained to us later that everything tasted like burning plastic, all the food he was eating. So
the only thing he could eat was plain dry cereal. That's what he lived on.
Sonny apparently told a psychologist.
The burning plastic, I mean, that's very interesting. You could try to explain that away as a symptom of his psychosis or the snap or whatever, but everything smelling like burning plastic sounds like demon stuff. I mean, I don't mean to laugh, but...
Yeah, if you go slightly forward again, they talk about, again, they felt like he was possessed. Sonny wasn't
Well, they
there.
don't use that word, and that might be intentional, but these parents do talk about, they're still very supportive. They still talk to him, and, they don't want to lose their son along with their daughter, and it didn't make sense. No, it didn't make sense to him. It doesn't make sense to the parents. It didn't make sense to anyone why this happened. Because, again, there was no motivation. There was no signs.
Be loyal to your son. I'm loyal to my son because, like I said, he was not there. It was not done in some kind of malicious intent. There was no fight. There was no argument. There was no fuss. There was only love between him and his sister. There was nothing crazy going on, nothing funny going on. It was just unbelievable that it happened. And it's hard for me to even believe it now, even though I was probably the best witness that was there the whole night that I actually saw the most.
That's his stepfather,
heard
too.
the most, pretty much knew the most because I knew what was going on from the sound.
That's his stepfather. So ultimately, he does plead guilty.
Ultimately, in July of 2019, Sonny pleaded
Use my
guilty
words.
by reason of mental illness to murder, aggravated assault, and 2 counts of possession of a firearm. He was sentenced to life in prison, plus 25 years, but will be eligible for parole in 30 years. Because he was convicted by reason of mental illness, he will continue to receive psychological counseling during that time. Sonny's parents continue to stand by him, and despite the terrible tragedy, the family has remained close.
And he tells us all the time that he is very aware and very grateful that we're still his parents and that we love him and support him, because he knows that there are a lot of people in there that lost all of their family ties and everything whenever whatever they did happened.
He treasures.
It's the strangest feeling, and it probably sounds ridiculous. I know it will. But when I walked into my room, the second I walked through my door frame, there was a shift. There's something different. I couldn't really think. My body was moving, but I wasn't able to think.
We asked how long it took for him to start processing what happened.
I think I'm still struggling with it to this day. But I suppose for the vast majority of it, I didn't speak for those first 3 or 4 months when I was at the juvenile detention center. I still don't really know what to think. There's these times when I've broken down about it, but my brain's won't let me process it. Every time I try and think about it, I still haven't fully processed what's happened. I know empirically what's happened, but to this day, I don't understand why it happened.
With this response in mind, we asked Sonny if he worried that a similar incident could happen again if he was released.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
It's always there. I was kind of eager to accept a plea deal. Already kind of consoled myself with the thought that I'll be spending the rest of my life in prison, and I'm okay with that. And I don't really know if I want to be around my loved ones, knowing that something like this could happen.
On a lighter topic, we asked Sonny
I'm
to
gonna
tell us
let
a
this
bit
play,
about
'cause
his
I think-
life
I
now
think it's-
and what his days look like.
I think it's what he would
We
want.
normally eat breakfast at about 7 o'clock in the morning. And for me, that's when
not this
I
part,
would just
but
have to.
very end.
Most
It's not
of my
on your
days are
thing,
just
but-
spent. And he offered a friend, son, daughter, child, whatever that is, experiencing symptoms of disassociation. Right, if they're too withdrawn from their environment or their surroundings, important that they be associated with something in the world. It's important to not let people get too far gone.
Our final question.
There we go. That's it.
It's almost unimaginable. Like, you just can't wrap your mind around a
Yeah,
snap like that.
Yeah, it's a light topic. What a fun show. It's a fun show, guys. Hey. Yeah, it's heavy. It's heavy. And, I mean, they basically diagnose it as some sort of disassociative episode. But, our question was this a case of demonic possession? And then I know we talked to Chance about an alternative theory. I think it's compelling what his parents are saying about the shifts that they saw in him, something comes to mind for me, and I was going to bring this up earlier when we were talking about possession, but I heard this story once of somebody who was astral projecting, as in their spirit was leaving their body, and they were
tethered by that silver cord.
Yes, they were traversing the universe or something through this astral projection, and at some point, as they were zipping around through the universe, they saw what looked like a nasty demon fly right by them, and they had this thought while they were out of body that, oh my god, I left my body back there unguarded. Like, that thing could find my body. What if it did? And it speaks to the dangers apparently of astral projection, but in this case, it just feels like what was a demon just walking by his doorway one day and just, okay, here's somebody who's disassociated enough I can seize on this opportunity.
The demons prey on the weak, the ones that already, they're already separated from what's going on. They're already, kind of a loner, stuff like that. Maybe they're more open to letting something take over.
When I don't want to make light of this as though, I wanted to play those final words of him talking about if you know somebody who's disassociated from the world so much that they might just act on some weird impulse like this that doesn't add up, pull them back in. I don't want to make light of the actual psychological diagnosis. But what I am saying is if you do manage to get in this level of a disassociated state, are you like that astral projected spirit leaving your body unguarded? Are you susceptible to the whims of something else?
Disassociation is often described as an out-of-body experience. Like,
it's the definition of it, right?
You'll remove yourself. What is that if not, like, also the definition of astral projection?
True.
Your consciousness slips out of your physical form and hovers behind it, And he did. He sounded like two completely different people from the interview to
the person in the
at
jail.
the end here, yeah.
I agree. Well, and out of like the 20 videos, which is a lot of hours, by the way, of watching these, probably way too many. My brain's fried.
What Rex was saying about the darkness that you've let in.
Oh, I'm sure. But a lot of them you're watching and you're like, okay, this person's definitely mentally ill, or no, they're just plain evil, or something caused them to snap, cheating, or something at work or something with the kids, and there's something that pushed them.
To give some context as to how we came about this, she was watching these videos from this channel, and you've been hooked on them, and I was just kind of playing a game, half paying attention. You fell asleep and this one came on, or you had put it on and then fallen asleep, and I was still awake and I was watching it, and it, of all the other killers and stuff that they show these police interrogations of, I had seen this one and it terrified me at somewhere around midnight, and I was like, it messed with my sleep. I was like, that is terrifying, because genuinely anybody could do anything at any time, and that's more terrifying than the fact that there are monsters out there.
Right. Like, are these the monsters that were actually the ones that we should be scared of? So out of all the ones that I watched, there was only one other case that was similar to this enough that I went back to rewatch it. And it was a 14-year-old boy named Michael Hernandez who actually had...
I don't know if I want to get into that, because, we're at...
Right.
Let's talk about it.
I'm just saying it was the day after his 13th birthday, so he had just turned 14. He goes into a school and basically murders his best friend. No
brutally
reason.
too.
Yeah,
like,
I'm talking brutal murder.
Brutally.
And when they question him, he's able to say it in a way that, again, like Sonny, very matter of fact. This is what happened. These are the steps that I took. This is how I did it. And when they ask him why, he said, I just don't know. I don't know why I did it.
When there's some people are unable to explain their actions, and that happens,
When it could be due to age. They're kids.
When you could make the argument that's what separates us from the animals and stuff, like conscious thought But and when I say that, I mean what am I? Big corporate buzz term. What am I? I need our friend Derek right now. He would know exactly what I'm talking about. It's kind of a new age and corporate buzz term, but yes, having intentional thought, intentional actions. Dog with a squeaky toy. Having intentional actions is something that maybe you don't have as an adolescent. So it could be easily explainable. Well, you don't understand your actions, but maybe we can explain them psychologically. We can look into your past and see some sort of trauma and go, this is where this might have come from. In this case, and I'm not talking about her name, Sonny. In his case, nobody can explain it. Nobody can explain it.
It's not like he was torturing puppies and kicking kids in the shins on the playground his entire childhood or anything like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
And it doesn't look like there's signs afterwards from at least what we can see evidentially in front of us.
You know how they always say, like, when you're little, you're able to see spirits or ghosts
Closer to the veil.
You know, stuff like that. It makes you wonder that maybe if you are younger, you are more susceptible. I can't ever say susceptible to having, you know, a demonic spirit enter your body. Are you more open to it because you are a kid?
Well, yeah, that whole concept that children are closer to the greater truth that stands under the cloth of a reality that we interact with. I mean, I buy that, like children and animals.
But then again, I watch enough of the shows and true crime stuff that makes you wonder whether or not, again, are the people just evil? Is it a snap? What happens? Because a lot of them are older, you know, and they love their families and they're married for years and years, and they wake up one night and kill their whole family.
And sometimes people just snap. But in this case, it wasn't like there was some sort of underlying anxiety that was building and building, and he snapped.
He even says life was good.
That's what's so disturbing about it is there. You know, it's a very unique case. I don't know how many more of them we could point to like this.
I'm trying in my head right now. That's why I've been just staring blank face at the wall. I've been running through in my head trying to think of similar cases to this, and I really can't point that many out.
You asked, you know, are people just inherently evil? I mean, that's a very Christian idea. This concept of inherited sin,
original
sin. I don't think people are. I think people are what they are. I don't think they're necessarily inherently evil. I
don't know, man. Have you ever seen some of those babies you just look at and you're like, it doesn't feel right?
We're clipping that.
There's also like,
you ever see one of those babies you just want to shake? You just want to give it a good shake, you know?
This kid was only 16. It's scary, you know. I have a 15-year-old and I'm like, you know, I watch these shows and then I go to bed thinking like, oh my God, is she going to wake up in the middle of the night and snap and kill me? Like,
how do you think I felt when you left me to watch this while you all were sleeping?
Yeah, the next day he woke up and he's like, man, I couldn't sleep last night. I'm like, why? He's like, because you left that on when you went to sleep. I'm like, sorry.
I can't imagine why.
So sorry.
Chance, can you want to give us an alternate theory here aside from demon possession?
Absolutely. And it may not necessarily pertain to these two cases that we're looking at as much, but you know, I've posited for a while now that the internet glows, and it glows far and wide. And there's particular places on the internet that glow even further and even wider than the standard internet. And I don't necessarily want to elaborate too hard on what glowing means, but
we'll call it online communities.
Yeah,
you know, common online meeting places that are suspect, you know,
large
and we
common
know,
online meeting
we
places.
know that he was like a Geek Squad agent type of personality, so he would have likely at least been aware of these kind of places, if not had some level of involvement with online communities.
Absolutely.
Well, and at his age, he was already taking college classes. He was homeschooled. The kid was smart. He probably knew how to get onto things on the web that
Probably even
you know,
deeper than what I'm talking about right
he,
now.
that his parents may have never seen. So maybe those warning signs that you would think that people can see, maybe they didn't know how to check. And maybe he was secretive enough that it was they didn't think to look.
No doubt. It
And by the way, if you're a parent, you should check all of your kids' devices and have security on them.
It brings to mind a couple of things. One, it brings to mind MK Ultra-esque tactics in my head with communities like this and events like this and other similar things happening with people of this age group in similar social strata along similar demographic lines in pretty much every measure. It seems to be that there are nefarious actors, and I don't necessarily think...
When you're speaking, you're trying to be careful with your speech here.
Very, very careful.
We don't want to be accusatory, but what it comes down to is, was there some sort of intelligence?
I think there's influence, yeah.
Or did he have, what sort of influence may he have met on the internet? It's clearly he was connected, that could have programmed just to switch like this.
Mm-hmm. And there's legitimate evidence of things like with MK Ultra, for say, where they go after younger, higher IQ individuals for these kinds of I'm not saying this is a psychological test. When I reference these kinds, I'm saying like MK Ultra for these kinds of psychological tests that they go to.
It's not as though there isn't precedence for it. There's document precedence for
exactly
turning people into some sort of killing machine
just
with a
flipping
switch.
switches.
I believe we all have something in us that would be capable of murder. I think that, for me, it would be my kids. You mess with my kids or you hurt my children. I do think that I would be capable of it. Now, would I go through with it? Of course not. That's just not, but unless, again, the situation came to like, you got a gun at my kids. Yeah, I'm going to do something like that.
Mm.
But to just do it for no reason is completely different.
He's not in frame, but like we have a dog, George, and he's a sweet dog. We got him and he let us shower him. He hates showers. Like the first day we got him, he's eating a fluff right now. He's torn apart a toy.
He opened the fluff. Don't eat that.
But it's tasty.
We took him to the groomers today, and they remarked they wanted to steal him. He's such a sweet dog. He was so tolerant of it, and even he has a sense to protect the family. Like I've seen him when he gets a bad vibe from somebody, and it was somebody I knew he should have had a bad vibe from, and he didn't even see me interact with this person. I saw him get defensive for the first time ever, and
when he was blocking me.
So that's kind of a sixth sense sort of a thing. It's animalistic in nature to defend, your family, your pack. So that's not unreasonable, but in this case, that's not what was happening.
But again, if a dog can sense it, does that mean somebody, whatever they're sensing, that person is carrying? Does that make sense? Like, does the dog feel that somebody's evil or not what they want to be around? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So but to get back to what Chance is talking about, because there's some speculation in chat. What we're contrasting two theories here outside of this was just some sort of disassociative episode, which is a strange one. That could be the case, and these could pile on top of it. But is it a supernatural demonic possession, or is it some sort of programming that he was a part of, maybe some sort of secretive past, or somebody he interacted with had some level of influence on him that was in some way triggered? you know, we're trying to be careful again because we want to respect the situation. In a weird way, I want to respect him, but also his family, because his family, I think, wants us to respect him in regards to this.
They've already been through so much. They lost a daughter and they lost a son that day.
Yeah,
because he will never see outside of those prison walls.
So we don't. I don't want to. I don't mean any disrespect.
No, not at all. It's just
we're speculating.
We're trying to understand. And that's really what I watch these shows for. I want some kind of understanding as to why people do what they do. And my brain can't comprehend it.
Well, and a lot of them I feel like I can comprehend it. You know, they have an illness or there's different motivations.
Right.
But in this case, because there is no motivation and there isn't a distinct illness you can point to, it's interesting. And even his parents said he wasn't there. He was out of his body. He wasn't there. It wasn't his spirit. And
like a robot.
It's like you're staring straight at the uncanny valley. I mean, I've seen a lot of these interviews, and I've seen like real psychopaths, like actual, like legitimate documented psychopaths give interviews, and they don't feel this.
Remember that one I showed you about the feuding neighbors, and the mother was being interviewed by this program, and she was like, Donald was a good boy. He never had no problems with nobody. Well, the guy had killed 2 of his neighbors. Like in fits of rage and psychotic episodes.
One.
And it's like, he wasn't a good boy. He had lots of problems with lots of people, and mama's just going to defend you. Yeah. But in this case, you can clearly see that his parents, I don't think it's they have to believe that it wasn't him in his body, because they still want to love him. They talk about, coming from a place of faith. But I think they genuinely believe that, and the story genuinely points to that. So. Do you guys want to open up calls, see if anybody wants to call about what they think about it?
That's one thing I do like about that channel, though, is that they reached out to those parents directly for their own personal interview and got to hear it directly from them. Oh. It's not a bunch of he said, she said, everything. It's this is what the parents went through, and it's real.
Well, I'll tell you, there's something interesting about all of these interview channels on YouTube. There was a channel called JCS Criminal Investigations.
Glad you're going to get me hooked on a new one.
No, they don't exist anymore. They got deplatformed off of YouTube almost completely, if I'm not mistaken, for making these videos, and then a bunch of other like copycats came onto the scene and started making them directly afterwards. It's a really, really strange little incident.
I feel like without a lot of these, you would never even hear about them.
Mm-hmm.
This channel has a ridiculously large following, and I believe they do some weird Area 51 stuff. Is this the same channel?
It's the same channel. It looks like a guy with his kids, and they go to Area 51 all the time. They do these challenges and stuff.
Not into Area 51.
Well, all the surrounding areas. I guess that was wrong termination.
No, I just wanted to make it clear.
And to be honest, video is just a Vulcan lining them up.
I mean, it's fun what they do. They do these little challenges to try to see if they can get the white truck things
might
to
be the wrong word for it.
I mean,
they're
think I would
taunting what they call camo dudes, which are private security military contractors that guard outside of Area 51, and it's basically them playing games with them.
As long as they keep their toes on the right side of the sand, they're not going to get shot.
There's not much you can do. But it's a cool channel. Yes. I watched a few of those, but I do like the ones that they put together.
Well, it seems silly. Like they're not talking about like we do UFO footage or anything. They're literally just haunting Area 51 guys, and it's kind of. I mean, it's ballsy.
I respect it though.
And, well, what's interesting is the guy takes his daughters to go do it, and that's quite the family activity.
It'd be interesting. I don't think my kids would be down.
Oh, that's funny.
So if you just tuned in, we are wrapping up our show. But if you want to call us for any reason, it's 857-32-D-DIAL. That's 857-323-3425. Check us out on darkdial.com. You can find all of our socials everywhere we stream on there, as well as our personal, well, I don't know if it's our personal, it's our forum. You can register, and cool place to chat.
Indeed. Post all your spooky stories on there. Let's postulate theories amongst the shadows.
If you're watching us on Rumble, please follow and like. Anywhere else, please like and subscribe. I'll do the thing. Quick thing test.
Like, subscribe, and get notifications. Or if you're on Rumble, follow.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good, guys. I'm gonna give it to you.
We're getting better at the thing, y'all.
We're getting the thing down, man.
So yeah, we made it through most of your notes. I know you made notes on the other video, which is a similar case, but we're just running so late tonight. I'm sorry.
The only thing that I did find different about the other case is this kid is younger for one, but beforehand, before he killed his best friend, there was signs when he was younger of like taunting other kids, kind of being a bully. Nothing to the point where you would think he was capable of murder necessarily, but enough that it was different from Sonny. Sonny he never treated anybody like that. As far as we know from his parents and other people that have spoken on his behalf, that wasn't him.
Yeah.
And that's why it stood out, because in all of the other ones that I watched, there was, other circumstances around it. And his didn't fit in. He was not, molested as a child. He was not beaten. Any of the things that you would have thought would make him like that. And that's why it's like, what? It's scary.
Yeah, no doubt.
And we watched that show Evil. It's like it's a priest and a lady that's I don't
It's a
think
good show.
she's atheist or anything.
CBS
She
show, I
doesn't
think.
believe in God, and yet they work together to try to find out if these people need exorcisms or not. And a lot of the times the church would go in and the Catholic Church would say, no, this person's, mental health or whatever. Or they would say, no, this person, needs exorcism.
Well, and that's what Rec was talking about.
Yeah.
Talking about on the call earlier.
And some of them were like, okay, they were demonic or this and that. But never once did they show what Sonny showed. Like, it was a one-time thing for him. This
Yeah.
is a one-time snap.
Well, and maybe it just was a disassociative episode where he acted on an impulse that, I don't know. That's just so, like, you'd have to be so out of body to just be like, gun.
I can't.
But the way he describes the way, his room, it shifted when he went in, and then he comes out and he makes that left.
Doorways.
And he's talking about how it's
The
almost as if
doorway
it
thing.
entered him through the doorway.
That's the doorway thing is interesting because he does make a point to talk about the doorway. It's like as soon as he left the doorway, he was someplace else.
Well, and then at the end of the interview, he said, he talks about entering his room that night and how it felt like there was like, a switch, a darkness that just came to him.
The physical change that his mother notes in terms of his eyes becoming black and his voice changing.
And what he says too, like, she's not going to talk to you. She's dead.
Very reminiscent of literally every exorcism story that's ever been told ever.
Like, you can almost like envision that in your head, like the scary voice coming out,
Literally
and
horror
it's
movie.
Yeah. And you're like, in my opinion, personally, I feel like it was something that entered him for, just that time period to accomplish whatever it was that they want, as much damage as they could.
Yeah.
And fortunately, it was able to be stopped when he misloaded the gun. Thank God. Like, that could have been so much worse that night.
No doubt.
I mean, he might have killed the stepdad and then walked in and killed the mom too. And
Well, he said that's what his plan was.
yeah, the plan was originally to kill the
plan,
parents
which-
first. But he ended up it says he like felt the need to turn, and his sister was the first person he saw, so he just 8 shots to the chest.
I mean,
know. Hard to
I never want to blame the video games for anything, but it's almost like, he was seeing himself as a character in a game or something.
Seems something of that nature, yeah.
There's like a part of me always it's gonna wonder now. It's like, is the people around me, am I not noticing something about them? Are they just as capable of waking up or going to sleep and snapping that way? Are we all capable of it?
I don't.
I think we are all capable.
Yes. There's a darkness within all of us. I think there's, people always talk about, like, to use the extreme example of Nazi Germany, how, I could have never been one of the Nazis or whatever. And I feel like, well, you're missing the lesson. The lesson is that any of us could have been driven to that.
You're not there, so you don't know.
If you're not aware of the darkness within you, you don't know how to control it. It's a part of you, and if you're not aware of it, the biggest trick the devil ever played was tricking the world into what's the phrase that he doesn't exist, making the world believe he doesn't exist. You have to believe that the darkness inside of you in order to prevent that. And I think the other lesson to this story is when you leave your body, you're leaving your body open. If we want to talk about spirits and demonic possession, like, you know, and he even warns that, kind of gives that warning about keeping people attached to the world in some way. I think, you know,
it's interesting how cryptic a lot of the things said in that were. It was like he couldn't be real dicey, real cagey.
Yeah.
When you're talking on like the darkness inside of us, there's a lot of pretty good classical psychology that supports that.
Yeah.
Carl Jung, for instance, with the shadow and integrating the shadow into the self and being able to balance out the destructive and the creative forces inside of yourself to be able to live a more fulfilled life. You know, yin and yang, I guess, right?
Yeah.
It goes all the way back. We're looking at the Tao at this point.
So just to drive the point home again, if you're watching us on Rumble, please follow. We could really use followers on there. If you watch us on YouTube, please follow. And we're going to be on for a little bit longer here. Running later than we normally do, so probably going to get off.
Hey, it's the Friday the 13th special, so...
But it is the Friday the 13th special. 857-323-3425. That's 857-32-D-dial, because we're awesome like that. So we have a vanity number.
It's like vanity plates, but easier to get.
Yeah. It was actually pretty easy to get. I always say, you know, like we're into radio stuff. We've referred to it a few times. The vanity call signs, I'm always tempted by those. That one has an awesome call sign because it ends in 486, which always makes me think of, you know, like 486 processors.
Okay.
And I'm jealous of hers.
At least you can remember it. I'm always like, I just make up numbers when I talk to you. I'm 60578, and I'm trying to get through. Like, I don't never
FCC
know.
won't let me be.
Right?
Let me be me, so let me see.
I would have to carry that piece of paper around everywhere because I can't remember numbers like that.
I have mine. I have my call sign label maker to the front of my radio because I can't remember it to save my life either. I know the last couple of numbers,
and label
I
maker.
I just use my last couple of numbers as my identifier at this point. I'm like, I know what those are. I know what those are.
That's some inside baseball there. Honestly, that is a very niche topic. But yeah, like when you're on the radio, you have a call sign that the government gives you because the government controls the airwaves. You're not allowed to talk on a radio. People don't realize a lot of those blister pack radios, like if you pick up like a Motorola like radio and bubble wrapping at Best Buy or Walmart and you're using it out in the woods, you're breaking the law.
Yeah.
Lawbreakers.
Pretty consistently, actually.
Well, so they've opened that up on some of the like FRS.
The FRS, frequency. You can get a little higher wattage.
Well, it's not even that. You're still supposed to be low wattage, but most of those radios will go ahead and go into the upper frequencies anyway. That most people are breaking the law and they don't even know it. It's a good way to treat the last line of communication in a absolute disaster. To limit the amount of people that can get on.
Make it as difficult as humanly possible.
I mean, it's good and it's bad, you know.
Hey, you know, the ham tests are what really scare me. That's the meat and potatoes of the radio world, right? Yeah. Like all 7 of them or whatever you have today.
Well, there's 3. There's 3 levels of ham radio. At least there might be some double super secret promotion that I don't know. Honestly, it's the second one you want to get to.
Mm-hmm.
The third one's just because you're a nerd.
And you get some data in the ISS, you know?
I think you get that anyway. I don't know. The second one you get into high frequency, which is actually a low frequency relative to the other stuff that you have access to.
We pick up some weird stuff around here, though. Besides the random children, lots of people speaking in Spanish. Get all kinds of random stuff.
Yeah,
Only sometimes it'll be like right when I'm waking up with the kids, and it'll be like 5:45 in the morning. Everything's silent. We're coming out. We're getting ready for our day. All of a sudden, and you're just like, "What is that?" And one time it was really oddly loud, and me and the girls are sitting in there. We're about to start TV. It's literally the crack of dawn. It's barely daylight outside, and screaming comes out of the radio. I'm pretty sure all three of us jumped 10 feet high. And I'm like, God, could you give us some warning there?
Oh.
But I like having the radios. It's fun to listen to them.
No doubt. There's a lot of chatter in these parts.
Well, I love when the old men from like the area get on and you start hearing them talk, and you can just hear that that's their calming of the day. They're coming together, they're doing their thing, and it's fun for them.
I feel like finally I'm away from my wife and my radio
One of
shack.
them has a wife that's on there. So some people like their wives.
That's true.
Just saying.
It's like ice
not all men
fishing.
hate their wives.
I always felt like ice fishing was for men that just hate their wives. Like, I would rather go sit on a frozen lake in front of a hole.
Yes.
In
Do
the
nothing.
ice.
Ice fishing sounds terrible.
No, they're literally putting them into the closest facsimile of the 8th circle of hell that you can get to.
But at least I got away from that damn honey-do list.
Oh my god.
Tomorrow's
I've been
gonna
ice
wake up and it's
fishing.
gonna be like, honey to-do list.
Oh god.
You've brought it on yourself.
No, tomorrow we'll be celebrating our anniversary. It's gonna be great. Man, why does nobody want to call and talk about serial killer conspiracies?
It's so
I need
lighthearted
to know.
and
I've been
fun.
working a week on watching all of these.
Yeah, working.
I mean, yeah.
Falling asleep and terrifying me.
He got to the point where he
Demons.
looked at me the other day and he was like, "You've been watching this for so long. I'm getting a little concerned." And I was like, "You know what? It probably is the point where we should find another show." So you know what I found? It's like Shining Vale. It's like based on The Shining, where they move
No,
into
it was
a
not
house.
based on The Shining.
I thought it was.
No.
Well, anyway, she moves into a house that becomes haunted and might also become something else. I don't know. Season 2 is not out yet. But I went from serial killer, true crime to, hey, let's watch another show about, some crime and craziness. I can't help myself. That's what I find interesting. I try to watch comedy and it's not that
You
funny.
watch comedy.
Sometimes.
You just gotta watch
Comedy
like
all the
black
time.
comedy, right?
I like dark comedy.
There's
Maybe that's
some
why we have a
things
show
I
called
find
Dark Dial.
funny. Like we went to the comedy show last weekend, and it was fun, but I had never been to one before, and it was a lot of female comedians and stuff, and a lot of the jokes, I'm not a prude or anything, but they were like kind of grungy, and
Yeah, of course they are. Female
I
comics
didn't find
Amy
them
Schumer.
necessarily funny.
Yeah.
They weren't like funny, like jokes. They were more like ha ha ha, dirty, like.
It's like female fart humor.
Yeah, and I don't know. There's like I have a personality. I find things funny. I laugh all the time. And I kind of just sat there and I was like, thank God for my margarita, because you are so much funnier with this drink. Without it, you would be awful.
Oh,
so, I mean,
God.
I don't know. Comedy for me comes and goes.
My favorite, in terms of dark comedy for comedians that do stand-up specials, has to be Anthony Jeselnik. Really big fan of him. He makes some absolutely horrible jokes, and they make me chuckle. And when I tell them in public, I get weird looks.
I'm terrible at retelling jokes. Like, I can hear something and think it's absolutely hilarious, and I'll try to re-say it, and none of it comes out right, and then people are just looking at me like, that wasn't funny, and I'm like, man, in my head it was hilarious.
I know how that goes.
That happens a lot.
You guys want to hear a joke?
Yeah.
I might have told this one to you, so act like it's funny.
All right.
There's this old man, and he goes for walks along the river, wind down at the end of his day. One day, he's walking along the river, happens upon a toad in the pathway, and the toad looks up to him, and she goes, "Kiss me, and I'll turn into a princess." He goes, "You're kidding me!" So he picks up the toad and he puts it in his breast pocket, and I can't believe this. And the toad looks visibly annoyed and looks up at him and is like, "Aren't you gonna kiss me? I'll turn into a beautiful princess for you. Feed upon you hand and foot. My beauty is matched by no other." And the old man looks at the toad and says, Honey, I'm 80 years old. I'd rather have a talking toad.
Stop eating the foam, guys.
That's
Dogs are being
good.
bad. They've torn apart their toy and think the foam is amazing.
You want to hear a dirty joke?
Can we YouTube it?
A white horse fell in the mud.
Bad
What
joke.
happened?
Dirty.
That's the joke. It's dirty.
Oh. See, I don't always get it either.
You say dad joke, it's what my dad taught me that joke when I was like 8 years old. I keep it in the back.
Like sometimes things just go over my head.
Well, if you're looking for a punchline in that joke, you're not gonna find it. That's the problem with it.
Could torture her.
You're
with
talking to
blonde
somebody
jokes.
that literally thought canines only were police dogs. I thought like a canine with a C was like a normal dog. But if they were like a K-9, that only meant that they were police dogs.
Well, I mean, it kind of is like police code.
It's a delineator.
Right.
Yeah,
but in my head, I was like, oh no, if it's a canine, that's only a police dog. Like,
No,
what?
it's-
What are you
it's like the
talking about?
species.
And then I was
Oh.
like, I wonder if regular dogs know like police dogs. They're like, oh no, that's a cop.
They're like, man, I hope he doesn't sniff my butt.
Man, this cat, she's walking around with her catnip, and then she's like, oh no, that dog's a cop. Shit, gotta have my stash. I envision very odd things in my head, clearly.
What would a dog have to worry about from another police? Breaking
mean,
dog etiquette.
I don't know my dog's secrets.
I don't want to know him. I don't.
That hole George has been digging in the backyard.
I mean,
Trying to get to China.
he's working to, one of those cartels.
He digs a hole in the backyard, and I cover it back up, and then he digs it back up every time.
He thinks it's a game.
I should probably get a camera out there. Maybe he's like sitting in it to stay cool or something. I don't know, but it's weird.
Well, we did put a camera in one time just to see what they did when we were gone. And apparently George just sits there and cries for a very, very long time while we're gone. And then Marley, he's been with me for 13 years. He will wait next to the gate almost the entire time I am gone. He will just wait. Quietly and patiently just wait for me.
What a legend.
Well, I mean, we put that up because they were peeing on the carpet while we were gone. And we were like, which one's peeing? And after an exhaustive video review,
it was both of them.
It was both of them. Yeah.
They're both really bad. Marley, I can explain because he's old, and I think sometimes he just looks at the door and he's like, I don't want to go out.
That was like hours of filtering through the footage.
And then
too.
George is just
and
a
I caught him in the
copycat.
act.
Oh no.
There was I caught like 4 videos. I counted for all the pee spots. It was like 3 were George, and it's because he gets anxious when we leave. And he does. He cries. He walks around the house. And 1 was Marley, and I think he was just literally pissed off that his food bowl was empty.
The lesson learned.
It was in,
and
like, the
now we
middle of
put
the
him, in the little area outside when we're gone, and they have water and food out there. But it's easier than leaving him in the house and having to get the carpet cleaner out every single time. And we try not to stay gone very long because we do have dogs with really bad anxiety.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, they seriously have, like, abandonment issues. They're completely, what's the term? Codependent.
Well, even when you're at home and I leave, they still get weird. They want
Marley,
mommy.
in particular.
Yeah, he wants mommy.
Georgie's hiding.
I'm
by
so
the-
sad nobody had any input on my serial killer kids, man. So sad.
That's okay. I mean, like, it will, at some point, we'll have more callers than possibly handle. Like, we actually did a test today to see, like, okay, because we had 2 people calling at once. It was last
2
week.
weeks ago?
Yeah,
Last week?
maybe.
One of the 2.
And, like, we lost one of them because I was like, wait, how do I handle that?
We weren't prepared for for that kind of influx.
So if you do end up calling or you're on the phone with us, here's how it's going to work. We're going to get a call, like, we'll be on with you, first caller, and then second caller will call, and we'll briefly switch over to them. We'll ask you to stop for just a minute, switch over to them, put them on hold. And I know this isn't ideal, but this is what we're doing. And then they'll sit on hold until we pick up their line.
Yes.
And we'll finish up, talking with first caller 1, and then we'll hit caller 2. Now, if a caller 3 calls, you're just going to get voicemail, so...
Leave us a voicemail. We'll listen to it.
Leave us a voicemail or call back. Just keep trying the line. I think we'll get to that point.
Definitely.
I think we're at least mildly entertaining. There's a lot of junk out there.
I find myself personally very entertaining.
I know that for anyone to watch me, I'm gonna have to hop in a hot tub. So,
in a string bikini.
I was gonna say, can we pick out the string bikini?
Absolutely.
We'll have to
Mismatching
just show
colors
you
only,
from,
please.
like, just from the back, so that they only see your hair.
The hair in the bikini.
Use a Snapchat filter.
I don't know how these people on like dating sites nowadays know who the hell they're talking to. Legitimately, half the pictures don't even look like real people. I'm so glad. Internet dating is terrifying.
It's something else, man.
Anyone in chat who has been watching, if you can let us know, how do we sound? Like, how's our audio quality? Because we put a ton of work into that because our mics were kind of junk. They're not junk. They're Blue Yetis, but condenser mics this close together presented some challenges. Plus, Chance's voice is very booming and Jacqueline's voice is very high. So, just curious how we sound. And if you are out there in chat, watching, lurking, say hi or follow.
And to all you lurkers,
we love you.
I respect you.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a lurker most of the time. Like, I don't participate in chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not one to necessarily jump in unless it's something I really, really, really want to say, but I do follow a lot of channels if I find them interesting. Hopefully they'll follow us too. Yeah, I'm not one to necessarily, I don't know if I would call in right away.
I feel that.
I feel like I would be kind of weirded out by that, but I hope eventually, people will, because they'll open up. Especially once they realize they're just talking to 3 weirdos hanging out on a Friday night. This is our thing.
Oh man, Rec, you say I should sit instead of hopping in the tub. Hear me out though. What if elaborate elaborate slip and slide setup into the tub?
Yeah, but you would hit the edge of the tub.
If it's cool enough, it would be worth it.
You would slam into the tub.
If it's cool enough, it would be worth it. They made an entire show off of that premise. Jackass was a thing.
Oh, I know. That was my high school days. And, right around the time I had my first kid. And all of my friends were making, like, the Jackass remake videos. And my husband at the time, he was in Afghanistan. They made, like, an Afghanistan version. Doing the dumbest crap ever, and I'm like, how did we even make it to this age? Because we did some dumb stuff. We bought baby crib mattresses, and we went up to one of the hills in Colorado Springs when it snowed, and me and my good friends there, we decided to jump up onto the baby crib things and slide down the mountain just to see how far we could get. That thing slid out from under me so hard, I hit the ground so hard. But it was fun. We just did stupid stuff. That was a huge time of Jackass and all of them, the Bam Margera show and them destroying houses. And
you even had it in video game culture with like Tony Hawk's Underground and stuff. It was basically Jackass with skateboards.
Well, and then like Ridiculous came out, or Ridiculousness, and then the Big and Rob show where they did a lot of pranks, and then Punk'd came out. So we got all kinds of stuff.
I wasn't really in any of this, and I can't really talk about the stupid things I did when I was younger. So
I watched Punk'd. I thought it was funny.
Was awesome, bro.
I always tried to punk my friends, but it didn't really work very well. Most people can see it coming with me. My face kind of tells all.
The only way I'd ever be able to get someone was just like standing behind a door. Nah!
Everybody gets me because I'm deaf and I can't hear anybody coming up behind me. Poor Gavin, I scream in his face all the time. Because he's like a ninja. He's so quiet. He scares all of us sometimes.
Oh, Cowabunga, yeah.
Yes, indeed.
As a TMNT fan, Cowabunga indeed.
Wait till Halloween.
Here, you guys want to? Should we wrap this up? It's pretty
probably.
Late. Yeah, we're kind of. Flandering?
Flandering.
Hidely ho. Okay, that's our cue. Thanks for watching.
We greatly appreciate you tuning in this wonderful Friday the 13th.
Yes.
Love you all. You guys want to do one last thing here?
Yes. Make sure to.
The thing.
Where is it?
Oh, I keep hitting the new one.
Oh, I can only prepare for so long.
So like, subscribe, and get notifications. Or if you're on Rumble, please give us a follow.
Yes, please Rumble. Rumble servers were good to us tonight.
Yeah, they were doing good. I like to see it.
And join us every Friday night. And like chime in. Give us stuff to talk about.
Yeah, you can comment, like, share, all that fun stuff. Please do. We need the help right now. We're a very small channel, and we're hoping to get up to small channel level. Darkdial.com. Please check us out there. The landing page has all the links to all of our socials. If you prefer to meet us on Facebook or X or Twitter or, whatever your preferred social media is, TikTok, find us there. We're pretty much everywhere. That's our goal here. I'm going to hit the like and subscribe thing once more.
Like, subscribe, and get notifications.
We had a lot of fun tonight. We hope you did. So,
I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Friday night. And in some places, it already might be Saturday. So, enjoy your day.
We'll be back on next Friday.
Same time.
Same time.
Same place.
Same place. Don't touch that dark dial. Actually, you can touch it because we're going off the air. But next Friday night,
you don't have to stay tuned in until Friday, but tune in on Friday.
Yeah, and next Friday night, touch the dark dial to get to dark dial, but then don't touch that dial because you'll need to watch us. And we're doing our Bigfoot episode. It's the anniversary of the Patterson-Gimlin footage. We're going to celebrate with watching some Bigfoot videos, listening to some Bigfoot calls, reviewing some Bigfoot stories.
You're going to need a Bigfoot shirt.
We might just film the whole episode like from our ankles down so that you can just see big feet.
I do have some pretty big feet.
Like really zoomed in.
Oh, mine don't fit in. Y'all have big feet. I have tiny feet.
We both have much bigger feet.
Or I might go get a Sasquatch costume. But we don't have a Halloween store.
I had a gorilla costume at one. I think I got rid of it when I moved.
I have a Chewbacca one. Will that work?
I don't necessarily want to do the whole show, and I feel like that would get uncomfortable.
But it would be Kino. Absolute Kino.
All right,
Pure
guys.
cinema.
Remind Rex that if he messages us on social media, we will get you a Dark Dial shirt.
Yeah,
we would
like
love to
mail
do
you
that.
one.
Be our first one outside of us to have one.
Yep. They're not available for sale yet, but we'd love to send you one.
Absolutely.
Because we really do appreciate you hanging out with us.
Stuck around since the beginning, and
well, and the support has been so fun. It gives us just that little bit of hope that we're doing something fun, that somebody's out there that wants to hear the same things we want to hear and talk about.
Plus, the t-shirt's basically an unashamed plug for for us. So
win-win, right?
Win-win. Yeah, we'd like to send you one if you're comfortable sending us your address and your size. We'll get you out a Dark Dial t-shirt. I'll switch to the wide shot right here. There's a tank with the same thing on it.
We also have it in pretty much any size available for women, men, anything.
Well, it's not for sale yet.
It's not posted yet, but
really...
he can just reach out with the size that he needs, and I'll get it shipped out pretty quickly.
All right. Love y'all. See you next Friday.
Have a wonderful night.